What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
The time is now, no bezel. I am God, the flesh is just a vessel. Last warrior standing after the smoke settle. Word wizardry, and none of y'all's on my level. Religious dickheads live on their knees looking to the sky. I put a hole between your two ears, piercing your third eye. Now the static in your attic, watching your soul fly. At nighttime I can hear so many souls cry. What's illegal is said to be a crime, but what's legal is more criminal than a convict's mind. Racist ideology, separatist paradigm. The yin and yang is a duality in my slang. When you battle the god, you're pissing in the wind, cutting off heads with words that come from within. Some say it's the ancestors I'm tapping in, or harness evil spirits from a jinn. It's just pure skills. Listen to my frequency as the god builds. No mason, but stack bricks up to the gills. Tartarian skills, pulling from the ether aura of Earth's energy field. Yield, slow down and pump your brakes. Knowledge is wisdom and self, I put faith. To pray to a stranger, to me it's just a waste. I am God, one and only soul controller. My heart is more cold when I'm sober. If you think you have a fighting chance, it's over. I come crashing down like a landslide of boulders.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, when everything seem to change. Kamikaze. Got 100 pounds of bomb on me out on Bible. If you sell it to me, you would die holy. I know creatures whose features change, shape shifting. The next day they don't look the same. I think we're pawns in this crooked game. I fill my heart with joy, but where do I put the pain? Where was my morals when I was pushing cane? In the gang doing 2 a days. If you a slave, it's because the system you behave. A beehive is a replica of the brain. A ant built the pyramids before the humans came. And a woman, the sun is furthest away. In the summer, the lightning comes before the thunder. Nothing comes before the mother. Moving cane don't make you able to turn on your brother. I got a magazine, don't make me put you on the cover. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
What's good? Kimba, Orphan Annie. What is good? How's everyone doing? Balanced truth. Peace. really have no title. That's why the title to the video is what it is. I don't have a set or specific topic I'm going to stick to. And even when I do, I give it an hour and then, it's off to another topic. But I like that. I don't like staying on the same topic for hours and hours. Did you get the message, Kimba? Flora was saying they had moved them and not to. She said something about the address, and I'm like thinking when I was looking at it, but it doesn't say where he is, like the exact dorm or cell block. So it don't matter. You could just send it. But yeah, I gotta send the letter out too. Yeah, I texted to you. I mean, if you want to come up for a second, I'll put it in the back chat. I don't know why you didn't get it. I sent it. That's odd. I like my new screensaver. I think it went with the opening track pretty good. I like this one too. Yup. Think of an interesting road to go down instead of talking about the same topics. All right, Kimba. I'm looking at Texas architecture, but I'm tired of architecture. I never thought I would say that. Magellan. I wonder how I want to read Magellan. Magellan. Okay, that's how you spell it. Magellan's trip to Patagonia. Some of these freaking drawings are hilarious. So that's why it's called the Magellan Strait. Now I get it. Because Magellan, well, I'm not sick of architecture. I'm just sick of looking for it. Because it just, it's kind of like it repeats the same stuff. It's like almost like the internet will give you the same, like, it just repeats itself. It gets boring. But Magellan was in contact with the Patagonian tribe. And I would like to read some of his passages for the fact that I was watching, what's his name? Jay Dreamers, and he had read a passage or two from Magellan's notes, and it's pretty interesting. Saying how tall the people were, and it makes it more interesting to me for the fact that King Charles, interesting. For I think these people crossed the Magellan Strait and went to land beyond this alleged ice wall. That's what I think. Scurvy. Huh. Hey, Johnny, I think Will got scurvy. That's crazy. Scurvy. That don't sound too good either. Crikey, mate, I got scurvy. Sorry, I'm looking up this, trying to find the passages from his journal. Because I want to read a few. Want to see what he has to say about these giant people. Because like the Mayans, they just disappeared. And maybe the aliens took them. They could have went underground. They could have went outside the realm. These giants could have went anywhere. Patagonia, I think's in Argentina. Peace, Jen. For those that don't know. All right. First contact. Magellan meets the Patagonian giants. This is a funny picture of dude. The fuck happened to this? Oh, here it is. Peace, faceplant. It said, as they sailed off the map's end, beyond the point where the last explorers charting South America's coast were killed and eaten by cannibals. Now, these cannibals, man, you know, what would piss someone off enough to eat someone? I was thinking, how many Spaniards from Spain and people, period, that went to South America and did a bunch of stuff to their ancestors? I think I'd be pissed too. So probably every sailor that pulls up there, they think are coming back to do, you know, what they did when Spain and them countries went down there. And I forgot, the guy said it was over, they have rubber trees in the jungle, and that was a big commodity that people wanted, the rubber, but you had to get through the tribes. So you could imagine the stuff we learn in these schools, if it's true, what was done to those people. You know, they pillaged and they graped, they graped, and those people are pissed, so they probably like kill them and eat them and stuff, make burgers out of them and all that crazy stuff. But we're gonna eat a John Boyega today. That's crazy, the cannibals. So anyway, back to the reading. It says Ferdinand Magellan's crew came across a naked giant dancing and singing along the shore. The Roman author and naturalist Pliny the Elder wrote of exotic creatures and strange humans that writers of medieval travelogues repeated, embellished, and added. A people with a single eye in the middle of their forehead, humans with their feet turned backwards, and men with dog heads. When Magellan's fleet came across the, I can't say this tribe's name, man, Tehuelches? Maybe someone else can pronounce this. Anyway, an indigenous people in Patagonia, crew members' imaginations took over. One day we suddenly saw a naked man of giant stature on the shore of the port, dancing, singing, and throwing dust on his head. He was so tall that we reached only to his waist, and he was well proportioned. His face was large and painted red all over, while about his eyes he was painted yellow, and he had 2 hearts painted on the middle of his cheeks. His scanty hair was painted white, He was dressed in the skins of animals skillfully sewn together. This was Europeans' first encounter with the people Magellan called the Patagons, the Patagonian giants, as the world came to know them. The tall tales of later expeditions made the Patagonians even taller, 10 feet or more. Sir Francis Drake saw them on his voyage through the strait. His nephew wrote in The World Encompassed in 1628. I gotta copy that. Magellan was not altogether deceived in naming these giants, for they generally differ from the common sort of man, both in stature, bigness, and strength of body, as also in the hideousness of their voices. But they are nothing so monstrous and giant-like as they were represented, there being some English men as tall as the highest we could see. But peradventure the Spaniards did not think that ever any Englishman would come hither to reprove them, and therefore might presume the more boldly to lie. Reports of the giants sparked popular interest, and the myth continued to grow well into the 19th century, when more scientific reports brought the Patagonians' height down to size. It's likely they were tall, 6 or 7 feet, and status quo, something like that. But they were being perceived by 16th century Europeans, who averaged just over 5 feet in height themselves, and read fantastic stories that came from Pliny the Elder. I'm gonna have to look these people up. Meanwhile, no surprise, the Magellan chronicler Antonio Pigafetta recorded a first impression of the giants, of their customs and language, and noteworthy the Europeans' response to a Star Trek-like first contact moment. The Captain General sent out our men to the giant so that he might perform the same actions as a sign of peace. Having done that, the man led the giant to the islet, I think, into the presence of the Captain General. When the giant was in the Captain General's and our presence, he marveled greatly and made signs with one finger raised upward. Ha ha ha! Was it the middle finger? Believing that we had come from the sky. The Captain General had the giant given something to eat and drink, and among other things which were shown to him was a large steel mirror. When he saw his face, he was greatly terrified and jumped back, throwing 3 or 4 of our men to the ground. Oops. After that, we was given some bells. After that, he was given some bells, a mirror, a comb, and certain paternosters, whatever that is. The Captain General sent him ashore with 4 armed men. Then it talks about a giant named John. Interesting. Because I was just joking around and I said, hey, John got scurvy. That's weird. Peace, OTW. these giants were obviously scared of the white man.
Charles, let me ask you, what are you reading? What exactly
And
is
I
it
don't
you're
blame
reading?
them. It's supposed to be notes from Magellan's diary, I guess. You know, Magellan.
Oh, okay.
You know, like Magellan's. They call it the Magellan Strait. You know, at South America, where the ships would go around because there was no Panama Canal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, because I was listening. A lot of that is I could write off a lot, but I just got out of bed. But a lot of that stuff is hideous voices. Just a lot of key words in there you were reading. If you think about just like humanity, people in general, right?
They like describe them as being lesser people, like they weren't up to date. Put it that way. There's Dominic in here. I didn't see Dom come in here. Peace, Orphan Annie, Maggot. Who else? I missed some people, I guess. Oh, there's no Dominic, is there?
Yeah, now I don't see your red dot on my subscriptions list when you're live, Chuck.
Ah, that's probably because I don't give it time.
No, but usually I would see your red dot under. I have the row of subscriptions at the top on the mobile site, and the red dot isn't there. It usually always is. Like they're gradually putting everybody into a separate corner, separating everybody. It's weird.
Yes. Yes, in your own little box. Exactly. They're doing that. They're slowly, I've been noticing that, Facepaint. They're slowly breaking us down to have us more isolated. That's what I'm picking up. So, like, Chuck, I didn't get your text message. I don't get a lot, even through my phone. I don't get a lot of messages. I don't get a lot of emails. And people over here getting mad at me. So I see it as a psychological thing. And then people get pissed because they're like, you didn't call me. And I'm over here like, oh, I didn't get it. And then it gets people fighting. So I don't see when you go live either. They block everything. They're slowly, thank you for saying that, Faceplant. It's like slowly breaking us down to be totally isolated. To me, that is when like they're gonna be like, all right, the people are desperate. Now we can make our final move, you know? Like get them all in their corner and see how pissed off and desperate they are. You're like a wrestling match. Yeah. And then they're gonna be like, okay, bam, you all need help? There you go, you know? That's how I see it.
But just to not leave people, basically when I started reading ahead a little bit on this, the whole point was Magellan lured the giant to the ship, gave him things, and they were building the trust of this giant because they ended up kidnapping him. I remember that was their plan. They kidnapped this giant on the ship.
Yeah,
back to Europe.
You can't believe any narratives. Like they take a little bit of truth and build it into a divide and conquer narrative, so nobody can agree on anything.
Someone told me if you don't put your live stream an hour ahead of the time you start, YouTube won't send out notifications. Now, how true that is, I don't know. I don't care if they bury me or I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they're gradually, it's some kind of a program. They're gradually separating everybody and making, you know,
I'm glad.
now there's false narratives going on in YouTube between people, you know. It's weird.
I tell them, bury me. Keep me away from the nutbags. You know, I don't want thousands of trolls or people that just talk shit all day. You know, I can't imagine having,
Yeah, you gotta do what you're gonna do, you know, Warren. Yeah. Sorry, Charles, go on.
like, I can't imagine like Tom McDonald's live stream. There's so many people in there, he can't even keep up with the chat, you know. And you can't really have not so much a conversation, but you really don't get a chance to know the people because there's so many of them, and you don't want to. Then you got to think like, if I put more attention to this one than other people, you know, it's a lot of responsibility.
A lot of psychological manipulation, right, Charles? If you hear everything you just said, you know, worrying about this one, that one. And from what I'm hearing, you're like, you know, like some of us like to make more connections. Some of us just want an audience to entertain, you know. So you want the more deeper connections. That's all.
Yeah, that's why the people are the power. I don't wanna be like, it's good to be a leader, but I want people to lead themselves. That's the point of turning away from the system. Is life, I think life is about leading yourself. All this other stuff's for the birds, man. But what was I gonna say? It was something not that important, I guess. Damn it. I should have said it when I was thinking it. It'll come back to me. I know it had to do with Kimba. Damn it.
Oh, AK's thing in the private chat, was it that? Or no? I thought I'd help you.
Hopefully I could post this picture back there. Damn it, it's pissing me off. I can't remember. Oh yeah, Tom McDonald. Had nothing to do with. Did anyone hear that dude Upchurch dissed Tom McDonald? I mean, it was alright. But I heard Tom McDonald's answered him. I didn't think he answered him so quick. And of course, I think Tom McDonald, like, if it's a real reaction, he tore him up as I thought he would. Upchurch is just talking shit. Oh, he's a Canadian. He's not, you know, he's a Canadian that thinks he knows how to fix America, and he thinks he knows the, you know, about hillbillies, like just a whole bunch of shit. Not that anyone cares, but I do. I don't know what Upchurch. I'm not
listening.
saying his verse was garbage, but Upchurch makes good music. As far as him being like super lyrical, that's just not him. But he makes good music and he writes good music. I'm not saying he's not a good artist or of his craft, but he barked up the wrong tree trying to diss Tom MacDonald. And I get it. It's all about attention, and Tom MacDonald's always been on fire. So he's trying to get attention, I guess. That he will get. Anyway, I'm gonna have to write this out. It won't let me copy the picture to post it. I hope this information's 100%. Summer cone. Oops. What am I doing? All right.
Yeah, like the Michigander is on early just about every morning, and nobody, absolutely nobody comes. I see his red dot
Oh,
right away, and
oh,
he'd been on
really?
for 2 hours, and I was the only one there.
Damn, I didn't know that. And oops. This is pissing me off. Hold on.
Thank you for saying that, Faceplant, because I haven't seen his channel in a while. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I went to Michiganders one day. Live a while ago. And he's like, I'm only supporting people that support me. That time. So I had seen him go live, and I went over there, and yeah, there was barely anyone there. I even shared on my community post, not many people.
Yeah, he'll
Came
go
through.
live, and he'll be on for 2 hours, and nobody shows up.
Yeah. So I know some people
Okay,
get mad
that's
at me, but I can't keep up with everyone all the time. And if people want me on their channel, just let me know ahead of time, and we can make a time or something. I'll come by.
so with all that being said, gentlemen, with everything we just said,
Gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen, with everything the gentleman just said on the panel and what I said, and if other people are experiencing it, it's like a huge psychological operation. So, okay, so in one aspect, a lot of us are trying to reach out for either, to learn, get information, make connections. These platforms are doing the opposite. They're making us go into our own, like I said, with the wrestling match, our own personal ring in the corner. So like what you said, Michigander said, I'm even getting that way. To where it's like, okay, I spent enough time and energy, you know, burning myself out to where it's backing me almost in my corner. Like I now need to take personal care of me and watch where I put my energy. So it's making I see it putting people in, you know, like a little their own isolation cell. And then what happens when that you go in your isolation cell? People get pissed, aggravated, sick. Now what do you need? You need a system. If you do not know how to take care of yourself on your own properly. So like for me over here, I'm having to take care of myself properly, health-wise, all that. But it's backing people away from other people when we should be uniting. See how that goes? And I've been watching this go on for so long, and I'm like over here, like the more time people are on here, and I get it because I do it too. I'm not excluding me from any of it.
Sorry, guys, I'm writing this down so I can put it in the back. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine, Charles. So when I witnessed that, I'm like, we're supposed to be getting together and helping each other out, but we get a platform. Then we all come on here. And then it's just getting people, I see, getting more pissed and aggravated with each other, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like yeah.
It's like a paranoia gets injected into everything. It's like,
yes, like a paranoia. And then you get everyone paranoid, backed up in a corner, and then they need to be saved and rescued. Welcome to the, I'm not going to say it, you know, NWO, you know what I mean? It's starting to sound like a wrestling match. I hate to say it.
And then it seems like if you're getting towards some kind of a truth or agreement on something, then there's going to be some trolls that are just going to come and throw a wrench into shit and distract away from reaching some kind of agreed truth by distracting with some personal shit.
A referee, faceplant, a referee. A referee is thrown in the middle. As soon as people reach a certain point, a referee comes out of left field, and it could be oh my god, it could be so many things to keep us from reaching a certain point. Oh my. And we're scrambling over here and running like the dickens to get to people and get information or get help, like-minded people. We're trying to heal. We're trying to collect our thoughts, control our own thoughts, take back the power of our own mind. But even on a platform, oh yeah, that's deep.
Damn, I just stabbed myself with a little piece of wood.
Well, that's not good.
Bleeding.
What are you doing over there, faceplant?
All right, there you go, Kimba.
I have some plants in pots here, like some thyme and a ribbon. And I have little sticks in the pot.
You know
and
what I just noticed?
One of the little sticks and I stabbed myself in the thumb with it.
It doesn't have his name. Let me go look back on Facebook. Damn it.
Okay. I heard you face plant.
Let me put the name. I heard you too, Faceplant.
I'm just nibbling on some of the leaves, some thyme and oregano leaves.
Okay, that you have his DC number. Okay, I see that too. You have that too. Okay. DOC number. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
okay.
DOC
There we go.
number.
All right,
or,
thanks.
Or inmate number.
Okay.
I still remember mine by heart.
Okay.
It's crazy. Because when you are in
I
a
remember.
prison, you are no longer a individual. You are now a number. That's what they'll tell you. You are now a
Yep.
number. You are now a piece of shit.
I will remember my son's father's prison number forever because he's still in prison. So I'll remember that forever. And I'm not even with him. I haven't been for 18 years. So that's something that sticks with me.
Yeah, I gotta
Even if you're not
write a letter. I'm slacking. I'm gonna write it later and get it sent out on Monday. He'll appreciate it because I you know, when I was doing my time for my wrongs and a piece of mail came, you know, especially when you hear that CO at the end of the tier, mail, everyone's at their door. Got to a point
you jump
where
up.
I stopped going to the door, you know, because no one was writing. So I said, you know what? And then a few times people would write, it meant a lot. People get mad that you're forgotten about, but people got to remember, for the most part, you got yourself in there. Yeah, the truth or the fact of the matter hurts, but you know, I stopped making excuses of I started, oh, people forget about you, they don't want to send you a few dollars, but in reality, we got ourselves in that position. It's crazy. Life stops for you. Well, it don't stop, but you know what I mean. When you go in there, the outside world keeps going. It's like you're stuck in time or something.
Right, like you're stuck in another realm.
It is another. It's a whole nother world in there. You think the politics are bad out here? Try the politics in there. It's the same thing, same politics, same left, same two colors. Isn't that crazy? And I look at that concept of the red and blue, man. You got the Northerners, the Norteños wear red. The Southerners wear blue, the Sureños. Then you got the Bloods and the Pirus wear red, and the Crips wear blue. Then you got your Republicans and your Democrats.
I just realized that, Charles. When you were saying that, I just realized that. I was like, oh, damn. They even put that
your blue lodge and your red lodge. Yep. The first gang members throwing up signs were the people in secret societies. So gangs say we started this. No, you didn't. Actually, they started you. Most gang members are in lodges. I mean, a lot of gang signs line up with Masonic signs.
Yeah.
Or other lodge symbolism. Peace, Mason Melt.
These two, can you hear me?
Yeah.
These two guys I grow up with, two of my good friends, like back in elementary school that I known forever. one of them is a biker and one of them is a cop. And the biker guy says, yeah, we have guys in the police. And the cop says, yeah, we got guys in the bikers.
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube of Faceplant of a Crip. He's a I'm gonna find this video and post it because it blew my mind. He's literally an FBI. He has the badge. He did a video in his car, and in the back seat with a shotgun was his partner. But he's a Crip. Now I don't know if he's a real Crip or he was being trained to, you know, act like a Crip. But I think he's a real Crip.
The cop guy, he said the cops that are in the bikers are the guys doing the worst shit, the very worst shit.
Yeah, because they can get away with it because they got a badge.
Yeah, exactly.
And it don't make sense, you know. If you look at how the foundation of these gangs or organization, whatever you want to call them, they were created for one thing, right? And we know their enemy was the police and the government. Now they're working with them. They'll kill each other, these gangs that were designed to uplift each other and come together in the community and protect the community. Will kill each other now and work with the enemy. It's ass backwards, everything. Self-destructing communities with drugs. It's crazy. But that's what poverty does. Forces people to find loopholes to get money. Oh yeah, I gotta find that video. I'm gonna show you. That Crip. I was like, not the FBI.
Yeah.
He's doing the West Coast boogie and everything. Yeah, here he is.
Yeah, that whole East-West rap fight is all a psyop.
Yeah, he might not be a cop, but yeah. Let me show you. Because he's confusing me. He's got an FBI badge, but you're in a patrol car. I'm confused here. I'm looking at his videos now. So it might not be real. Now I'm thinking. But I'll show you this one. Let me download it. Oh no, I'm not downloading this. He might be a cop.
Another guy that went to my school, he became a biker, and out at this place where everybody used to go and camp, he killed a kid for a case of beer, and then he went to jail, and then he became like a fucking celebrity, and he actually played professional football after he got that notoriety and went to jail and did bodybuilding, and then he went and played Canadian football. Whole fucking thing's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm looking at his videos now.
That shit sounds retarded. Fucking dude killed someone over beer, and then like went to jail and then came out some bodybuilder or some shit you said, a football player? Is he like a well-liked, received guy in the community now? Is that what you're saying? But like his start out was fucked?
Well, he was never really a well-liked guy in the community, but
Uh-huh.
some people thought he was a hero because he was a biker. Like, this was before he killed the kid.
Yeah, it's bugged out. No
But
doubt.
most people knew he was an asshole right from the start.
Mm-hmm. Born evil. Rotten.
Born evil.
Sounds like it would be a rap song. Especially with what they're doing these days. SoundCloud rappers. Put some human blood in shoes and shit.
Conveyor belt rappers.
There you go. That's a good term.
They're built in the factory. Real rappers even build them to make money. I wouldn't doubt it, and you know, whatever. That'd be a good chess move. To you're a rapper that you did your 10 years, you made your money. 'Cause that's about the longevity of these. I mean, look at Prodigy. He's got 20 years under his belt probably, but 10 is the most. And you could write lyrics. You could just find somebody, right? Give them a persona, put them out there, sell records.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Prodigy, Charles, being his grandfather having to do with, I don't remember if it was the Moorish temple or it was something else. It was
He was
one of those
Ethiopian.
establishments. Okay, I didn't know if it was Nation of Islam or Moorish stuff. I thought either his father or grandfather was known for like starting up one of the fucking whatever the fuck's one of those
I'm gonna look
organizations.
it up right now.
Yeah, because I was listening to a stream the other day and they brought that up, and I never heard anyone mention that. It doesn't mean that Prodigy was like, an agent or sellout per se. You can have family connections, I believe, but not, be an agent, or maybe you're an unwilling agent at times, but it's not like you going in the back rooms and signing the contracts because, people in your family were doing it too. I don't believe they get everyone in the families, but it's definitely weird when you see the familial connections here with people that we would see as like free thinkers or per se, I don't want to say revolutionaries, but talking on the system for what it is per se. But then it's like their father or grandfather is like involved basically in some type of subversion or counterculture psyop nonsense, some quote unquote pro-black organization that it's actually pulling strings and working with Masons or whatnot. I mean, we know how it is with these fucking lodges and shit, boule. But y'all got it.
Yeah.
His grandma.
The price of initiation is their family members getting sacrificed.
Well, maybe they sacrifice Prodigy. Not even
What I'm
necessarily
thinking?
his family, but yeah.
I'm thinking they don't do actual sacrifices. They might in certain situations, but for the most part, I think some of them are mock, because role playing. I seen in the Mason Lodge, they do role playing. They do, and I'm like, dude, was this acting, a theater? It is. It's fucking.
But
yeah.
Good point. The coincidence of family members dying after you reach another level, like it just happens. Not to say that you're aware of it, but like you take the bop on the head, your family members get sacrificed. It's just the way it is, and maybe they don't even realize it.
Can I ride off of that and go a little bit deeper a tad bit deeper? You ready for this, people? It's going to go a little deeper. What if our own families here, because I've been thinking about this, especially since my sister passed away from, a highly drug they pumped out for humanity. What if even in our families, if you have certain people who are already in touch with their skills and powers, like my sister was bipolar, she was told that. She lived more in the spiritual realm. She potentially took herself out, granted by her own choice. This is what makes me think of everything you guys just said. Granted by her own choice, because she chose to purchase the drug, okay, that had fentanyl in it. But what if even in our own families, the ones that, the black sheep or whatever term you want to give them, the ones that are more powerful and see things in your family, they start becoming a sacrifice. And not by their hand. Well, it is. It's kind of by both hands. It's by the hands of what's pumped out, and then us people not taking control of our own thoughts and actions. We reach out for something to deal with what we're aware of, like my sister was, because she was aware of so much stuff she wouldn't even tell me before I was aware, because she didn't want to scare me. It potentially took her life out. She couldn't deal with the world anymore. So I've been thinking for almost 2 years now, I'm like, what if it's even set in the family unit? Like, oh no, this one's becoming too powerful. We can't have them too powerful. And then they, somehow contrive a way that we take ourselves out. I've been thinking about that for a while, and I'm like, now that would be deep. Like, they don't even have to, like in their eyes, the leader's eyes, we didn't have nothing to do with it. No, you did, because that shouldn't have got pumped out, but then we should have took personal responsibility and not touched it. So what do you guys think about that?
I just want to
You want to
say,
go first, Charles?
Yeah.
um,
The system puts us on a
Whoa.
checkerboard to play our role. Like, if you're a knight on the chessboard, there's only certain ways that you can move. Just like the streets are laid out, the streets of the city are laid out already, and depending on what street you go down, this happens or that happens.
streets are designed like slaughterhouses.
Is that what you're gonna? Okay,
Okay, now
I thought you were gonna say something in response to Kim.
Oh, no.
Charles. Oh, okay.
I was responding to what you said real quick about Prodigy. I'm just gonna jump off topic 1 second.
All right.
His grandfather was Bud Johnson, and his great-great-grandfather was William Jeffrey White, who founded George's Morehouse College. But anyway,
Oh, okay. Does that have to do with the Moors, or is it called as Moore ... like MORE? I couldn't tell if you were saying Moorish. I guess it would say Moorish specifically, not just more blah blah blah.
I wonder if it does.
Because I just remember these guys were speaking on it, like basically he was in with some, he was rubbing shoulders with some interesting characters or organizations or officials, and maybe that's part of how Prodigy was able to become so aware and awake to what was going on, is because at one point I guess he probably even figured out his own familial line, dabbling in that shit, maybe, the system, the beast system, or however you want to put it. But Kim made multiple points. I didn't know if you were alluding to like gang stalking shit, family, but on the point of people, like, were you implying that she like consciously or maybe on a higher level was consciously, like on a soul level or some shit, like signed herself out of this place? Not necessarily she knew that there was whatever type of drugs that she bought in there, but you made it sound like she almost chose to sign out from this realm. I didn't know if you were saying that or if it just kind of like was like a morbid synchronicity or something that her life, was taken after she decided to do X, Y, Z, buying the substance. Yeah. So was she like? Were you saying she consciously like didn't want to live anymore? Was she suicidal at all, or what was that? If you expand a little more.
No, that's what I'm no, that's the thing,
Okay.
Christos. Okay, no, she wasn't suicidal, she was just a drug addict, but,
Uh-huh.
she kept trying to climb out of it, but because she was so much more aware of this world and the sickness, and I wasn't seeing it, she was using that, like, kinda to handle it, to get through every day and have to work and do all that
Oh,
because
yeah.
she was very in touch. So that's why I was like, "Huh, sacrificing through history," and then we come down to the families because I've seen so many families go through this, where normally the more
Okay.
powerful one, aware one is yeah, you know what I mean? And
And
passing first.
withdrawals.
I'm noticing that with a few.
I think
Yes.
Going
I
through
understand.
withdrawals probably made her suicidal. It'll triple your depression or whatever she was going through, and then trying to quit, that would enhance her problems.
Yeah, it's even worse with the antipsychotic drugs.
Well, so this is what I was going to say real quick
Okay,
to
but
Kimba's point is,
yeah, go on.
yeah, for sure. I see now basically kind of what you're saying. You could also look at it like in a visual diagram type of way where there's a microcosm offset that's taking place. So it's like, I think I understand what you're saying because we were just talking about per se like celebrities or officials and blood sacrifices, and then kind of like a trickle down, more microcosm, close to home, literally type aspect would be, the pharmakia, or however you want to put it, the drugs they push, and how that finds its way down or off the branches of the tree or down the diagram and chart. So it's like we have all these like bigger events going on per se, or like more well-known public officials, celebrities, or whatever, and there's even the gematria coding with it or whatnot. But some type of blood sacrifice action or fake mock ritual aspect, and basically through that stuff, they wanted to. I don't want to use the word trickle down per se, but I think you get the idea of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It climbs down all these little sub segments of aspects of reality and structures of society, as to where it's getting to the home, to that microcosm of family, and having it's not just like they're consciously killing off the celebrities and shit, but they're knowing that it's gonna kind of break down to a smaller level in the microcosm and affect people that even would consciously try to separate themselves from that type of crap on the higher levels. It still seeps through. At least that's how they want it to be.
Yeah, you got it. Intuitively, you got it, Christos. It's hard to put it into words, but yeah, you got the principle, micro macro of it.
It's like us doing our dirty work for them. Yeah, that's what you said, Christos. Yeah, down to the smaller level. And like us doing our dirty work for them, Also how I see that. Like, hey, people are desperate. You just did our dirty work for us. Now we don't have to lift a finger. Why? Because we put that into play. You people took a hold of it. Bam, our job is done. So that's why I was trying to say, like,
Yeah.
like from the upper level, like let's say the micro to macro level, it's like up there with them coming down. Did it just, come down and almost like hit the family unit in some weird way? And that's what I've been over here like, wow, that'd be even deeper,
Yeah.
And
Because
check this
it's
out.
only logical. Yeah, go ahead.
And the next
individual.
Yeah, and the next in line, in my family who has the gifts and stuff is me. Okay, now I'm gonna go see. That's what I'm gonna go deep. My sister was chased harassed everyone, make her feel like she was angry, crazy, diagnosed bipolar, all this stuff. Made her feel like a big monster, like at the top of the hill. And it
Gaslighting.
potentially messed up her, her head. Okay. Now she's gone. Now that she's gone, I like to say I stepped into her place because now I'm experiencing a lot of stuff she is. And my family and everyone around us is noticing, oh my, now Kim has stepped in her sister's place. And now people around me are on me like double time. So that's why I'm over here trying to put stuff together in my head like, wow. So does it like potentially go through each one who's going to become more, in tune with themselves, I should say. And then, boom, we don't need you no more.
The society celebrates mediocrity, and if you're seen to excel past that mediocrity, you're gonna be ridiculed, because you're the black sheep or whatever. You can't. You see what I mean about the celebration of mediocrity, like Picasso art or Jackson Pollock or something.
Yeah, and to what Kimbo was saying, it's like some type of like it can also even get to the level of like intergenerational, like familial karma. Like you can be dealing with like your forefathers' karma to some degree. I believe there is that. Yeah, the passing on. Yeah, the passing on of that role of being like the scapegoat for the others. The black sheep symbolism and theme is like goes along with scapegoat, putting shit onto people. And yeah, it parallels the weird sacrificial aspects of what supposedly like the elite would be doing. Again, so it's that paralleling on a micro level. It's not like they even have to like intentionally, like really consciously do shit other than put the beast system into play, and it's gonna find a way to seep into your life in some aspect, whether that's prescription drugs that your family is on, or you have to deal with, or a friend that because the system worked in this way. And I'm not trying to just, you guys get what I'm saying here. I'm not really approaching this too specifically in like a victim mentality or whatever, like, oh, they're doing this and that to us, but rather just the situation, objectively. We still have our accountability, there is that off weight to this bullshit. So yeah, it's good to, don't get yourself in too deep, whether that's a drug addiction, whether that's debt, whether that's any type of addiction or whatever the fuck. Just don't get too deep, because you're going to have to climb out of that shit. And whether that gets into gang stalking type shit, I know that stuff's real, even though I feel like there's people out there that are lying to themselves and they're not targeted individuals. I know it's real to some degree, even if it's all unconscious. And that's when it gets to like a spiritual level of like what entities or what beings, what egregores, or thought forms, egregores, what type of thought forms are manifesting into these potential spiritual entities or aspects that will kind of lock us in and like feed off of us on a metaphysical level when we start to engage in certain things
like some kind
of this world.
Spiritual Ponzi scheme.
I like that. Yeah.
That's a good word.
But I say this a lot, and it's a good quote. I forgot who said it actually, but men don't have thoughts; thoughts have men. That's very true. And that doesn't have to be interpreted in like a really metaphysical per se spiritual way, but thoughts are etheric. Thoughts are of the air. The cloud, the non-physical, the metaphysical, supernatural. So there's a reason motherfuckers that go and do ayahuasca or have some mushrooms or whatever, have some type of psychedelic trip or experience, plant medicine. There's a lot of reports that there's some type of beings that are either feeding off of humanity in certain individuals and collectives, or at least if they're not feeding, there's some type of interaction that's going on quite often, whether we realize it or not. And a simple form of that would be the devil and the angel on both shoulders, just as a very simplified, commonly known kind of form of that. But more complex, a little bit more interesting would be like spirit animals, like what are your spirit animals? Yeah, demonic attachments. I mean,
Those
the cons.
those have a job
Yeah, go ahead.
into your mind that everybody has demons attached to them. People aren't demons, but these demons, these spiritual entities, implanting thoughts, constantly giving you thoughts, and it's your choice whether to take those thoughts and speak them, or
the whole smelling sulfur thing, that's real. And because I don't need to get into all of it, but back when I was doing a lot of acid years ago and working at this restaurant, when I was off for the rest of the night and have to work the next day, I do a bunch of acid and just stay up all night and have fun and whatnot, smoke weed and shit. Like, not as much as some other people. Like, I didn't burn myself out. I actually did like a lot less than people do. People will stay up for days. Like, I've only stayed up once for a whole day and didn't go to sleep. But by the next day, I was dragging the whole time. So, I've never done some type of crazy shit where I'm staying up for days on acid. People that want to think because I talk about psychedelics and shit, like, that it means I'm a burnout or, I've fried my brain, perma-fried shit. Like, I know motherfuckers that have done way more than me, specifically like my older cousin, and he's a professional tattoo artist. He's very fucking on point. Like, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but that's okay.
hey,
The point is of what I'm saying here is, go ahead, Faceplant. I'll get back to it.
well, the one time that I stayed up for I think it was about 3 days straight, I didn't go to sleep. And
Is this gonna get into demons? Because that's what I'm gonna bring it back to. I just didn't want to forget because we're the sulfur and shit. Yeah, go ahead.
But it didn't have anything to do with drugs. But I went way out of town, out into like a pulp mill way out up north, and some weird shit happened on the job site and on the way home. I was driving on the way home, and some crazy fucker in a highway tractor was trying to kill me on my drive home, and when I got home, I couldn't sleep, and I was awake for 3 days, and it was nothing to do with drugs or anything, but I actually started to see the demons. Like, I could see it was like skulls, shadowy skulls going around in a circle.
Interesting. Okay. So, I'll just say this real quick, and then anyone else can get it. But what I was saying there about when I used to do acid, there's two specific situations. I'll get into one more specifically than the other, but in one situation, I smelled sulfur and woke up in the middle of the night, and the week leading up to that night, basically I'd been investigating demonology, not because I want to summon demons or some edgy dumb shit. Like, that's not how I roll, but I was just trying to just learn spiritual stuff, down to the deep dark depths of what hell is and the mythology and cosmology, you know, to the heavenly planes. But like, you know, I was looking into the specific names of these different demons, and I wasn't trying to invoke them or call upon them. But that's the thing, even just exposing your mind to something and creating that connection by reading that book, or you know, taking in that info, you know, you do have to be somewhat careful, because I did have a legitimate experience in the middle of the night where I was smelling something like I've never smelled before, and then it occurred to me, it's because I've been looking into these different demons recently, and there's this one called Zephyr, which is basically the demon of lust. And like I was like, oh shit, like I think I almost kind of like fucking brought the shit in, because I was on so much acid as well when I'm reading this shit. So it's not like I'm tripping myself out. I have higher levels of awareness when I'm going into that stuff, especially when it's clean, pure, good stuff. And it was so real. I wasn't even tripping acid at that point, I don't even think. I just woke up and it smelled so bad. And I was like, wait, that's that, not fire and brimstone, but like that's that sulfur smell that they say, you know, associated with demons. And so another situation, I wasn't looking into demons at this point, but I was doing my trips and whatnot, and I had an experience when I went to bed that night, or not even when I went to bed. This is when I was still tripping. I was just kind of imagining in my head. It was like partially imagining, but at the same time, it was coming to me. It's like I was having trouble differentiating. Oh, am I just projecting this? There's levels and different thresholds where you can tell that stuff. You can be grounded within yourself and ego enough. And it was really interesting, because it was like something was trying to tell me there was a spirit, color red, and it was some type of like Mayan or Aztec, South American, North American, native per se is what they looked like some type of headdress and stuff, almost like maybe like a shaman that was Mayan or Aztec or Inca or whatever. And so I didn't think too much of that. I figured, okay, I'm just, you know, I'm tripping. I'm in my imagination per se. But something was telling me it was like a red glowing orb was actually representative of like this costumed, basically shaman South American man. And he was going between my backyard and front yard. And I was like, okay, this is just something I'm writing out in my head at this point, because I had some inspiration of thoughts and I'm just following the thread. We'll check it out. That next morning, I tell my mom about that, and just because it was, you know, it was interesting. I was inspired. It was a new day, and it's like, oh, this is what I was experiencing last night. And she said, you know, what's really weird about that is, in her dreams that same night, she had a dream where there was some Native American guy that was not like the red color and like per se the exact same of what I was saying, but enough of, she was like, yeah, he had the whole like get up and headdress, and the way he was dressed, he was like, she said that it looked like there was a Native American type man that was trying to get into the house, and it was on the other side of the door. And when she told me that, I was like, that's so fucking crazy. Because I was, whether I projected that and that affected her dream in the metaphysical realms, or there was actually objectively some type of spirit out there. And not only was I tapped into it because I'm on those certain levels of awareness and consciousness, but it also affected the field to the point where my mother had her dreams affected by this potential objective outside energy that was taking place on my premise, on my around my house. So even whether I caused that, like projected it into my mom's dream, which would still be interesting, but it's something told me that day after, okay, that's confirmation. There's certain things that happen where it's like you can triangulate. It's more than just your anecdotal experience and evidence. It's, oh, these other people, and for what should they be experiencing that? How is that paralleling? It's just like the stories of people doing ayahuasca and all their shit's lining up. They're all seeing the same stuff. It's not all just a subjective lens and perception warp. There are unveiling of layers, and you can see things that are external and objective and the quote unquote metaphysical. it's not all just projections of our imagination. And there
I'm
is that
saying
whole
it's
thread to
Well,
follow too. But go ahead. Yeah.
I'm
animals sure
saying it's
see something
I'm
else.
saying it's real, Christos, because I saw that same red person. I saw that same thing around the same time where I saw the demons. I saw that angry,
The
what I was
diamonds.
interpreting as a Native American spirit.
Yeah, it was an aggressive energy. That I failed to mention that, but I had felt that at the time as well. Like it was just red. Like it felt like basically like a warlock type energy, like witch. It didn't necessarily feel. Yeah, I don't want to say it was neutral. I don't know, but it was a weird. Yeah, like oppositional energy. Like, oh, this motherfucker's trying to get into my house. Like, just like a vampire or something. Like, don't let those spiritual entities in. It's on you. Like, you can let them in. So, you got it, Charles.
Wait, let me say. Sorry, Charles, real quick. Just one thing, real
Go
quick.
ahead.
I was gonna say, Christos, probably between your curiosity, wanting to really know, because you are so high leveled, and and your knowledge and awareness of saying all that combined together is probably what brought that in so far and powerful to where it ended up on your mother's end. Because you're an old soul. I'm
Yeah.
sure you know that. Your level of awareness, all that. So all that power, while you were just researching it, I'm thinking is what brought that all in down to your mother. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, I yield.
No,
Go ahead,
I
Charles.
appreciate
Sorry.
that. Yeah, we do generate a lot of these experiences, but, whether that was all completely me, which again, that's the interesting part, is it's still amazing, even if that is like the experience is being projected outwards through me. That's still almost just as good as it being an external objective thing. In fact, it's the paradox because it is both things. Like just because you created it doesn't make it fake, right? And imagination needs to be looked at for what it is, the image nation, right? Image, I mage, right? Don't forget these little things with the words.
Okay, Charles, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles. That's
I'm just listening in on.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And looking at pictures to show. Trying to find the most
Okay, I
oldest
feel that.
esoteric symbol.
That's deep.
There's something about this house I live in too. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My house is 100 years old, and if I have a perceptive people in here, they can feel something. Like they come in here and they're looking around and they're going, "There's something going on here," and like cold spots, like sometimes in the middle of summer when it's hot, my car would be cold, or a certain spot in my house would be fucking cold. It's really weird.
Yeah, cold spots definitely a thing.
Well, I do believe the veil is getting a lot thinner. And like for me over here, I see all kinds of things running around my house. I catch shadows running around. I've almost completely healed my eyesight, which I found out trauma. Trauma takes away your eyesight. Even though the doctor's going to tell you sugar and all kinds of other crazy stuff, trauma takes away your eyesight. So I've almost completely cured my eyesight by healing my trauma. And as you heal trauma, and I'm talking about healing it. Like I have to go way back, little kid, and address every situation, cry, get it out, and I do it on my own. The more I do that, also the veil thins and you see more. So,
Whoa.
which would explain why kids see what they do, you know? Okay.
Charles, put that back up because what Kimbo was just saying was great. What Kimbo was saying was going along with what I was looking at, and check it out. I'm talking about my, spiritual journeys or whatever you want to call it, plant medicines.
We are
that
everything.
person's body and how there's all the astrological symbols floating around it. Not
are the
exactly
universe.
like that, but I basically saw that on my DMT trip, except it was way more intricate and colors and way more detailed. And it wasn't a motherfucker's face like that, but it was kind of like a 3D human avatar looking being that didn't have features. And there was the little symbols, the astrological symbols that were floating around and flying around, kind of almost like a group of bugs that fly together. Like, very wow. It's interesting how it doesn't really look like how it's depicted here, but it's the same concept basically. All the symbols floating around a human avatar, and it was like coming through in this vision that was so fucking. It was one of the most memorable things I had from that trip, because the spirit, this feminine spirit of the DMT as well, told me right then, you are the mystery school. And that's facts. We are the temple. We are the mystery school. Like the symbols are within us.
Yeah, they represent electrical energy,
Archetypes.
cymatics.
Yeah, you are the universe. We keep everything in orbit motion.
Yeah. And
I basically want to say we're the center of our own universe.
There you go. That's why I just said center. I didn't even know you were going to say that, but I was just thinking of like equilibrium and center point, ground point zero, generation, emanation from source. And we all have that heart, middle chakra. It's balanced with the 3 on top and 3 below.
And that's a 7-pointed star, which is like almost, it's like mathematically impossible to figure out, like pi. Like you can't pi really bugs me, because how did they figure that out?
Because it requires so much abstraction that it almost becomes too ungrounded to want to continue following that thread. I know what you mean. It becomes so not conceptual, but abstract. It's become too abstracted upon. But I mean, doesn't mean that there isn't value to it. Which again, it's like that's actually like, again, one of the beautiful kind of like paradoxes of life is like the illusions are necessary.
Yeah,
and I use that word illusions loosely, but talking about Maya, it's not the illusion, but the illusions. So again, onion, Matryoshka dolls, or Russian nesting dolls, as we know. Fucking layers here. Gotta work through the thread, but go ahead, Faceplant. Talking about pi, and the abstraction of mathematics or whatever.
Pi is a real fraction, but we can't define it. At least today we can't. Maybe the ancients had a more, they knew what pi was. Like how in the heck did they turn it into a repeating decimal? And how did, like, pi is a real thing, like the fraction of diameter of a circle to the circumference. And that it's always really bugged me what about pi. How did they figure
It
this
has
stuff
me
out?
too, buddy. It has me too. So I like to hear this.
Hey, Lonnie. Yeah, Lonnie's dope. Oh, I haven't been looking at the live chat, but I'd love to see that OTW is still in here with some comments. I saw he was in here way earlier before I hopped on.
Yeah, this has to do with alchemy. The more you learn about yourself, the more you understand the symbols and who you are.
The archetypes. It's fucking awesome.
And listening
Honestly.
to your body. Listening to your body, right? Like actually becoming in tune and listening to your body. That's what I've been doing lately, to where I could pick up exactly what's going on, when and where. And then I'm over here like, and you go in, I went in doctor's office my whole life and had them tell me this is wrong, that's wrong. If you really are in tune and pay attention to your body talks to you, you know? It tells you what to fix, what to do, and I'm experiencing it for myself. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you're hitting on that as well, because it's something that I've only started hearing being spoke on again recently, just by happen chance. But it's very real, the
Christos,
ability to heal self.
let me tell
What?
you, I'll tell everyone, I've been doing so much dying myself that the energy, I figured out the energy when it rises up our spine. A lot of people have that hump on their back. The energy when it rises up gets trapped. And if you don't know how to do your, your stretches and all that properly and take care of that, when that issues, especially on your spine, which is your what? Your tree of life, the nervous system, right? You start having issues, and that's where people got to get operated on, end up in wheelchairs. So for me over here, I'm catching that before it happens to me by listening to my body. So when I feel like getting trapped or trying to get up, I got to go out and ground, get the energy out, meditate, do things like that. It is a very dangerous process. When that energy is rising, it's trying to come up. If you do not get it out, it's going to make you sick. I honestly believe that's why a lot of people are passing away. In my eyes, it's all coming out. Trauma's coming off the body, and it's a very, very deep thing, especially when you research the nerves that come down the spine, how they go all the way down. They go up to your head, your optic nerve, your eyesight. It's very deep.
Look at this picture. There's literally, you got your 7 stars. Well, you said, yeah, including the sun and moon, but there's something in the fish's stomach, and then it's giving birth. I mean, or whatever the heck's going on here. And they all got fish hats on. Is that Jesus in there? Don't tell me that's Jesus that fish is giving birth to.
I have no idea, Charles. I'm looking at it too. But it's a little man thing.
Yeah, the fisher of men. And they like to eat caviar. Jeeves. I thought this map was interesting. Elvis Oceani.
What it? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh. with all the babies' heads?
Oh, yeah, the baby heads are just the I think it represents the Taurus field, if there is one, or the firmament or whatever people want to call it. But it's like we live in a giant. It'll be like if we had a pet in a tank. That's kind of like how I used to picture this God that created us, right? I used to picture this God, and we were the pets of this creator, like an ant farm, from micro to macro, or having a hamster in a cage. But instead, we're humans in a cage. We're the pets. Oh, what do you got there today, God? I got a couple new humans. Put them in my tank. These humans are smart. They build houses. I'm joking. But yeah.
I mean, we're micro gods, like on the real, bro. And I know you understand this, Charles. I mean, you too, Kimba. But yeah, I mean that's what it is. We are like we're lesser forms of the divine. But it's like shit. You know, people want to talk about, oh, I'd rather rule in hell than be a servant in heaven. But really, you gotta kind of look at that in a clearer way, because that's actually way more skewed still. I'd say, you know, to be a lesser divine, that's better than being some like fucking kingly hellish being or some shit. Like, you know, you have to acknowledge that level up is real in a certain way. Go ahead. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying Christian God and all that type shit. Like when obviously, I'm talking about the divine, man.
I'm trying to be able to walk through hell and heaven. For lack of better words.
We have to upgrade duality. That's the point of me saying that. It's pushing the envelope. It's breaking the threshold, and then it's as simple as fucking going from 9 to 10. Is all I'm saying, is being a you know, a lesser being of the divine rather than some type of fucking, I don't know, piece of shit virus or wasp or some type of like thing that's like it's of nature, but it's like actually it's so parasitic and like it like does nothing back for nature. You hear about this shit. That's what wasps are. You know, some of these fucking per se parasites. But again, I understand, Charles, for sure. There's the balance. Like the roots must reach down to hell to reach up to heaven with that motherfucking tree. So no doubt, you know, we don't shun the darkness. It's about alchemizing and transmuting it 100%. It's that gray. The silver lining is also like the gray area, the gray zone. You can break through that duality. So that is the upgrading of duality. And I could draw it out on a whiteboard, which is actually something I'm planning on doing once I can get a better tripod for my camera. But basically, it's like the sine wave, bro. We've seen like Santos Bonacci break down the sine wave, and many other people. But you take the sine wave and then you make another wave within it. So that's like a fractal sequence. You can make a wave that's that steady sine wave, but it's gradually going up. As it's going up and down, there's a whole second layer of it when you zoom out, where it's as it's going up and down slowly but surely, it's still actually going up on an incline through that. It's like a squiggle line diagonal, just to make it simple, but it's not exactly. But Charles, I don't mean to take away from those pictures you're showing. If you want to do any type of decodes or whatnot, I'm just
I erased them.
Now.
I was gonna pull up these beehive because I've been looking into how they produce the queen in the hive, and then while the queen's alive, they'll produce another queen because they know this queen's getting older. And then, or how, they'll have the two queens face off. Like a lot of things on how the hive runs. And fucking interesting. Because you look at the Masonic symbolism they use as they call it the British beehive. I got some pictures on it. And, they used a drag queen, not a real queen, like a woman. They used a drag queen, which that's sad. But yeah.
Yo, hey, Bex told me some fire stuff about that last night, like the symbolism, the hidden symbolism, what that even means, the whole concept of drag. People forget, what is drag? When you drag someone, right? Dragging people, right? Dragging someone in the
Ooh,
mud, their name or
yeah.
whatnot. So
Yeah.
I never thought about that when it came to quote unquote, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it an art form, but I really think of it more as some type of king shit when people want to dress up and drag, all power to them. But Bex made a great point last night where she's like, the reason you see that stuff out in the open,
Yeah.
pushed
But
in such a way is because it's dragging people, normal,
it is.
regular people that want to have
It's taking
family,
the queen
whatever.
and dragging that whole concept through the mud because it's a man dressing up as a woman and taking that high position. It's kind of like complete. It isn't kinda. It is. It's complete disrespect to that concept
Yeah.
and to the
Yep.
and even to the bees. It's disrespect to the whole natural, if we want to call it that. But how else do bees do their thing? It's like they're it's like their memory recycling itself, same as us. But it's almost like we don't see the bees showing the other bees what to do. We just figure they're born and they automatically know what to do, but that ain't true. We think birds are just born and they fly for the most part. We don't see the mother raising the bird. There's a lot of things we don't see that we take for
Genetic
granted.
info.
Yeah. I think insects are interesting because the way they hum and hover, they're creating their own vibration or tapping into a certain frequency,
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. I always thought that too, Charles. They're more, yeah, exactly.
So I mean that would
They're
go back
just
to that
going by Mother
we were
Nature.
talking about. The
Yeah.
emanation point, ground point zero. Like even a bug just floating in the air. Yep.
Yep, exactly. And then with the animals and bugs, it's Mother Nature, right? It's Mother Nature they thrive off and live off of. Unless, in case you have man or whoever who wants to come along and manipulate them. But they are basically going off nature. Now, us people, what if we just went off nature? Well, how would we, see? But then, they manipulate us. See, oh, it's just, yeah, it's so many avenues to go down.
My next question that they also do in plain sight is, you see this arch. Now, like a pyramid, you can see the capstone is missing, or the all-seeing eye is the capstone. But let me see. Where's the other one? Right here. It's connected. So, what are they stating? I mean, there's the capstone where it connects the arc or the arch. It kind of reminds me, that arc reminds me of if the arc is connected, it's like a fuse. You know, you break that arc, or arch. There's no energy flowing through it.
There you go. Hmm.
So why are they showing it broke? It's not complete.
Yeah, it's like putting the kink in the hose. Yep. Breaking the flow.
It symbolizes probably the fall.
Wait, what if it has to do with when you're just saying that thing being broken? What if it has to do with getting us people getting back together as a whole? When you were just talking about that thing being broken,
And it
I had
could
a
it could symbolize that.
yeah. That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, I think they broke the they broke the flow of energy. You could symbolize or synchronize that to, of what they broke. They broke people's fucking common sense. That could have been the flow of common sense. That could have been of when they took electricity or free energy. They pulled the plug, or no, they broke the circuit, and then they created the duality of in and out for electricity and charge people money instead of it being wireless free energy.
Instead, Charles, we are energy. We are energy.
Yeah, that's true. I'm talking about though technology.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just a tech. Okay.
I mean, you
Technology.
could
Yeah,
say
I see what
we're
you're saying.
technology too. We're organic technology instead of robotic. I mean, you could say we're robotic. Whatever. People get the point. But we do mimic Mother Earth, that's for sure, because we even mimic ants, bees.
Yeah, did you ever hear that they're figuring out? There's all these different things they're figuring out with bees now, bro. Like treating PTSD in people with bees, like the sound of bees in a beehive. There's something.
Really?
Yeah, bees don't bother you that much unless you know, people be freaking out, and that's why they get stung.
Yo,
Wait,
have you
Chris.
also heard that now they can pollinate weed plants?
Yeah,
Bees.
yeah, yeah. I heard that.
No, I didn't. Oh, wow.
So it's like right as they're telling us we're killing the bees, oh save the bees, and I'm not saying that isn't happening, but it's like there is that counterbalance resurgence of like, bees are making it known their different like uses, spiritually, mentally, physically, these different types of honeys you can get these days, whether it's local or some fucking fire organic type of stuff. Like I love all these different, there are people out there that are taking the extra steps to make healthier stuff, and yeah, it does cost more, but I love to see it. You know, I
Me
love to see all these
too.
different motherfuckers that are taking the
Yeah.
time to make these products that are actually they have value. And some of them got too much
Mm.
sugar still, but you know,
Yeah.
there is a rise in consciousness about health and well-being, and there's a reason that now they're trying to market more about like they'll throw in stuff like no artificial blah 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 or non-GMO or gluten-free, and it could be all those different things, and or even all of them all together, but could still be some bullshit full of sugar and a bunch of processed nonsense along with it. So they're hip. They realize people are becoming more conscious, and they're trying to cater to that shit. You see, even the unhealthy products are trying to say that they're halfway healthy.
Yes.
Who knows? You slap
Exactly.
a label. Labels do a lot of.
Well, you gotta get back to the senses, bro. And I know Dom will say, and he makes a good point. The senses we can misperceive and be deceived by the senses, but I like to simply say, I understand there's people that have tried to tell me, oh, even organic doesn't make a difference. Well, yeah, I know that because the soil is really a main problem. It's demineralized. We're fucking up the soil. And, that gets into biodynamic farming where it's like something can be organic, but not like truly in the sense of what biodynamic farming is. Like it's Rudolf Steiner, but we don't need to go that deep. The point is to what you're saying, Charles. I would just say, you can taste the difference between something that's processed and bullshit and like conventional, like, oh, this is a banana, this is an apple, versus something that even if it's just the typical USDA organic, I taste the difference.
Exactly.
It could be argued that that's just me making that happen in my reality or whatnot, but I'm
Yeah,
pretty
it
damn sure
sucks.
that's still a better step up.
I'm sick and tired of
Yeah.
that shit. And the only way that's gonna change is when the people start not buying it and taking it off the shelves ourselves. We allow these people to sell us poison. That shouldn't
Yep.
even be an option. Why do we gotta worry about buying poison?
Hmm.
People say, oh, but they and I get it. They could say it's our fault. We don't they put it on the ingredients and this and that, but it's all a fucking game at the end of the day. These people play games with your life. And that's all it is to them, is a game. It's about the money. Because money buys the power, and then they say the power gets you respect. But I think money and power brings hatred. Fuck that respect shit. People respect out of fear in that situation, right?
For the most part, what I see, yeah.
You seen this pic, Christos?
Yeah, and I was gonna ask you about it the other day, actually.
I forgot who. This is in Canada, and
Oh, okay.
dang it, I forgot the name of the place, but it looks like a bunch of Lichtenberg effect going on, and then I think it's weird how the fucking road goes right up to and then it stops right on the Indian's jugular vein. Like, yeah, right below the top of the jaw.
Yeah, because I know that I've seen someone that has their profile picture, a guy named Burneye, or the crypto alchemist. He has that zoom in of that face.
Do I think it was an actual Indian? Who knows? Probably not. Could be. Kind of looks like the face that's on a buffalo nickel.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see. It's an interesting picture, though.
Talking about Indians, man. Now the controversy is the Native American or the indigenous. There's I don't know what to call it, a friction or something with the Aboriginal. You know, some say that Native Americans are not the true Indians. It's not my argument, but the word Indian. Did they really use that word because they thought they were in India, or is that bullshit? Mount Meru. It looks like the firmament with the level plane. And Mount Meru would be the beehive. The beehive. Where is everybody? They just disappeared. Let's check the chat. Salute to Jay Phillips, man. It's been a minute. Lonnie.
I'm here. I just had to check a message.
Let me drop the link. Because we got, I think Jay Phillips is still here.
I just texted Lucy last night, too. Huh. See how he's doing.
Let's see. Peace to Don McRon, Joe Moore, Void, and Morgan. OTW. And Candy. Holiness to the Lord, man. Religion.
Well, I feel special, Charles. We're under the archers. Good morning, Candy.
I like how it's invisible, the picture. You know? It just shows up. Just the... I wonder how they do that. I gotta figure that out.
Huh. I know. I was gonna say, put it back up. Let's put our faces in front of it so we feel special. There we go. Now let's pose. Just kidding. Let's pose.
Huh.
Yes, I text you. I text you, Lucid.
That's the duality.
Yeah.
It would be crazy if we were all wrong and Jesus did fall from the sky. Imagine that. And he touches down like Captain America or Superman. He's like, I'm here, everyone. Sorry I'm late.
Right? You'd see all the church people running to him now, wouldn't you? They'd be trampling us and running to him. They'd be like, we're off. The man's here to save us. We're out of here. Yeah.
Yeah, he comes to bring the message. Sorry, you're all gonna die. Somebody found this underground Chicago. I don't know how true this is, but someone made a video and they found an underground lab that was abandoned. And I mean, the video shows them going underground and through these underground like labyrinth, like pipes and all this shit and endless hallways. And they come to an underground old laboratory. And you can see all the kennels where they kept the animals and tested stuff on them. It's crazy. Chicago. It makes me think and wonder, you know, these people that sell animals, think about it. We don't know where those animals come from, right? Were they bred in a fucking lab somewhere? Think about that. To be honest, I just thought about that. I'm like, yeah, we don't know where these fucking animals come from, right? And it made me think just to find out there's an underground lab in Chicago for testing on animals for cancer and all this other stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, Charles, you know there's probably so many sick experiments between people
Yeah.
and animals they do on us, you know? I don't even know if I would want to know like how deep it really goes, you know? Like the torture, what they actually do. You know, I correlate that with all the missing kids, missing people. I don't think all that many people just get kidnapped or killed. The whole missing epidemic on me is people going missing because they're being experimented on somewhere.
This world's filled with psychos.
Right? Inmates, you know, people on death row, people got no, they like to come around and swoop up whoever they can to experiment just like little rats on a wheel. That's how I see it.
Shit, how about the Peace London, man? How about the many that already paid the price, you know, that were consumed by the poison? They made money off them too. They save money dumping this shit into the water. They bank off of the sickness.
Well, it's not gonna last long, you know. Let's slowly coming on. It's a slow. Oh, listen to this, Charles. I was outside yesterday, and I heard a commercial on the radio, and it shocked me. It was saying that because it said it on the radio, so I was contemplating, is it real or something they're just saying? Because it's the radio. I don't know who controls the radio stations, but they were saying they pulled certain cereal brand names off the shelf for diabolical and misinformation on the labels, and I was like, wow. So the cereal, and I hear these
That's good.
commercials exactly. And I hear these commercials every so often, so it's like, that's why I'm over here. Like 1 minute I was
That's
like,
the
oh,
truth.
yeah, the
They
world's
know
going.
people are starting to look into stuff. They're probably getting scared, but they put the information up for us to look into, so they could blame
And
themselves on that one.
yeah, and it's slow, and that's why if like for me, I'm gonna say for me, where I'm at and where I'm living at, when I pay attention what's around me, between what I see going in the grocery stores and doctors quitting and they're missing people for work and all this stuff, I do see things changing around for the better on my end. And then when I hear those commercials, I'm like, oh, so does that mean they're slowly pulling, it's like slowly starting to break down and rejuvenate itself. That's how like I see it. I just see it as a process. We still have to get through that storm before it gets better again. That's how I see it. Hopefully the next commercial will be like, okay, we're pulling all the meat out of the supermarkets. Because
That sucks.
Don't cook lab grown.
Because then I'm thinking, why are you pulling it all out? And, you know, what was it? Because I don't care what anyone says. There's no way. If you think about the meat that's sold every year, there's no way in hell there's that many cows to have that much hamburger every day, all day, in all these cities, towns, fresh all the time. Where the fuck are all these cows coming from? That's common sense. There's no way there's that many cows in this world, let alone. So, probably eating fucking cat wings and shit. They're not chicken wings or cat wings.
Well, there was a video out, I forgot what country it was in, and on the side of the road, people were taking footage, and they had fields, Charles, fields of cows turned upside down, dead on their back. And I was like, oh, they were driving for miles. And I was like, oh
That's
my,
crazy.
a bunch of dead. And let me go a little bit further, not like I'm trying to, upset people. There's also videos out there that show how they feed the cows now, and they don't have them grazing on grass. They actually have
No,
a
they do it like
hole.
horses in the thing.
Have you
Oh, the
seen
hole in the
that?
stomach, that one.
Yeah,
The hole in
on
the
the
stomach.
side. Yeah, on the side of them. Yes,
Yeah.
that's I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
And they
Sticking
say
the-
in the article, it said, oh, it doesn't hurt the cow. And I'm like, are you the fucking cow? How do you know? Like, come on. Did the cow tell you, oh, it don't hurt, no problem. Just open up my stomach and put a fucking whatever they put. They left it open, basically.
I couldn't
And
tell. Were they feeding them that way or something? What were they doing? I couldn't grasp what they were doing.
something with they have like 7 stomachs or some shit. Something with the fermentation process of the grass.
Oh.
They make a lot of jokes that vegetarians think grass-fed meat is vegetarian. That's hilarious, man. I like them jokes. People make videos getting on vegetarians, man. They think grass-fed beef. It's funny. I wonder that myself, Lucid. I wonder myself if that's true about Mickey D's, man. Because I heard Finkelstein. I uploaded that video with Finkelstein. He's being interviewed by some guy allegedly. If it's a real interview, if it's not, and YouTube took that shit down quick. It didn't even make 24 hours. They struck it down like, I don't even know. I have no words for it. They struck it down quick. I call him Finkel Matter, not Finkelstein. Three stomachs, you sure, Candy? I could have sworn the guy said 5 or 7. Well, either way, they got more than we do. They got 3 stomachs then. So, like, who the fuck would think of some shit like that? To cut a cow open, put a rubber piece so it'll keep the cut open, and they could reach in the stomach Like, I mean, we're fucked up sometimes as people. Four. Okay. I was close. Damn, 4 stomachs, huh? I wonder how many Big Macs. Oh, that's fucked up. I've seen people feed chickens chicken. I've seen people feed cows uh cheeseburgers, but I tried to feed a dare McDonald's one time, and the dare wouldn't eat it. There's a video on YouTube of a bear. Dude brought fucking, I think it's Burger King or McDonald's, and fucking the bear wouldn't eat it. He kept pushing it away. Didn't want that nasty food. Damn, I thought that was I downloaded that fucking FBI cop, but I guess it didn't work. I'm looking for that video of the Crip FBI guy.
All right, I'm back. You're just looking for the picture I heard you say. With the video. Okay.
What?
I just came back. I heard you say you're looking for that video or whatever.
Yeah, I got it, but he's dancing in front of trying to see if that's a real police helicopter. Because, you know, now, I mean, anyone could get a vest and put police on it and get a badge.
True. Peace, everybody in chat. Oh, that's right, Jay Heighton. Just like they put pieces of cockroach in peanut butter. Oh,
No,
I heard that. I seen that. That's coffee bean.
not in peanut butter. Come on. They put roach legs.
I think it was Realist. Was it? Realist McCoy. I think shared something that showed peanut butter. There were parts of cockroaches in peanut butter, and I'm over here like, I love a good Reese's peanut butter cup. You know, I'm like, really? And then, okay, now listen. You know
Well,
what that
hey,
took me?
them was some good goddamn roach legs.
Right? I was gonna say, then that made me think of that Willy Wonka movie, the second movie, Willy Wonka, when Johnny Depp, who was Willy Wonka, had to find a key. Again, truth in plain sight for me, in my eyes, to find the key ingredient to make his candy the best chocolate and good candy. He went to that country, got those little midget people, I forgot what they were called, and he sat there while they mixed up bugs in a
Oompa,
little
Doompa, the
yeah,
Oompa
the
Loompas.
yes. Do you remember seeing the second one, Charles? They actually mixed up bugs in a bowl, had Johnny Depp try it, and he was like, "Oh, not too bad." And then he moved them to his factory. He's like, "Come work for me. I'll set up your little hives." So there's a little piece of truth in plain sight. You know, put some buggies in your candy and make it taste better. See, unfortunately, a lot of the good stuff, unless we're just programmed, I guess, to think that, a lot of the stuff that tastes good to us people is the stuff that's bad for you. You know? A lot of it is, in my eyes.
Look, check this military technology out. You know, if people say, "Oh, night vision this, night vision that," but check this out.
Oh, damn. That's clear as sight.
That's the blankets the military has.
Oh, those are those the things they're wearing? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, Charles,
You
can
can
you
hide.
go back to the picture one more time, can you? Let me get a better look-see. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so that is, you said that's their heat signature, but with the blanket on them? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's some sort of like type of a blanket. I don't know if they could wear it, but it keeps the body heat in. So the night vision goggles, I think, go by heat signature, if I'm not mistaken, or
Yeah. So they can't be seen.
or the light
Yep.
signature. So that covers the body heat and it can't pick it up. I'm pretty sure it's heat signature. And if it's light too, well, it blocks that. Which,
Yeah.
that's major because night vision goggles, good ones, are probably like $6,000. Who the fuck's dumping $6,000 on goggles? I mean, if I had the money, I fucking would.
Yeah, I've heard about the military having those cloak things too. So I've never seen a picture yet, but I heard they were using those too now. And that could be related to a few other movies too. You know? About hiding your body with something or putting something over it to hide your heat, whatever, so you can't be picked up. God, they put that all out there. Predator camo.
The fuck?
I was gonna say, is that you clicking buttons over there?
No, I'm trying to upload this other video of that
okay.
cop.
Okay.
I downloaded the video of him doing his gang signs. But it's not showing up. Huh.
I don't think you could do that with an emergency blanket, Phillips, because that it would have to have a specific technology, not just an emergency blanket, right? Oh wait, keeps you warm. No, there's probably technology. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of technology in that blanket, not just an emergency blanket. But good question.
All right, I got it. Yeah, those blankets are really good. It would be good to have them while you're laying like a sniper, right? You got a high caliber sniper rifle. Put that blanket over you while you have night vision on. Or the scope you have has night vision and you just wait. They'll overlook you.
Hey, that'd be good to have on around certain people. I'm just kidding. I had to make a bad joke.
That's what a sniper's for. Like, you
Yeah.
could send a sniper and you end up in the shootout with the person. You got a sniper picking them off because they're revealing where they are by shooting it, you know? So you have an advantage.
Yep.
Here's this guy right here.
You gotta say with your motherfucking check it out, nigga. Now you don't wanna see my tech blow. I'm giving vibe like it's death row. Niggas get dropped, rolled up like an egg roll. Niggas better listen to they moms like she said so, or be another buster in the world like an asshole. Jesus, free us. And if you pull your strap, you better not freeze up. As I'm chasing all this money, bitches chasing all the fame. Y'all twisted in the head, wrong perception on the game, cause I'm sick made. A lot of niggas really bitch made. Niggas couldn't handle all that pressure, so they switch plays. You couldn't fuck your bitch right, that's why these bitches switch ways. Talking about bros over hoes, nigga, you gay. Who could see the dog? Motherfuckers couldn't see a frog. I love to take a risk, cause nigga, I got the biggest balls. Break them like a Kit Kat. Niggas better get back, better hide your bitch before dog you now say it with your chest, nigga. Y'all better bring all your best or get laid out with the rest. Now say it with your chest, nigga. Wipe the prints off the tech and have your bitch clean up the mess. Now say it with your chest, nigga. Y'all better bring all your best or get laid out with the rest. Now say it with your chest, nigga. Wipe the prints off the tech and have your bitch clean up the mess. Now say it with your him in the head, caught him slipping at a dinner party. Crippin' ain't for everybody. No, nigga, search team, top to bottom. Now the homies trying to find him. Don't trip, I already got him. Pumped up, got you slumped over. Why he have to die? Whole family looking for closure. You better stay inside, aiming for your frame, and I never miss. One time looking for evidence. No bullet shells or fingerprints. Ran that nigga out of town, shit, I ain't seen him since. Rolling 20 crip with the shit and I stand on it. Chest out, block on my hip with my hand on it. Whoever want it, got you niggas heated.
Alright.
Damn.
I mean, it's
Crazy.
not hard to dance in front of a cop car, right? But to have the pistol on the side and do it, I don't know, man. The point of me showing it was, so I think it was Christos that brought up gangs and the police.
Yes.
Or was
It was Christos. Yeah.
And they
Oh, wait.
definitely exist.
So, or it might have been Faceplant.
Yeah,
there's
they-
signs, gang signs, yeah.
Yeah, Lucid, they hire the cops that, of course, they have some that are in gangs. That's how they infiltrate. It's always somebody that, you know, that knows how everything's going down. They infiltrate everything. It's the only way.
I like
Gotta
to
come
call
from
them,
the inside.
yeah, I like to call them the legal mafia. They're legal mafias.
They're designed to, like, the government would be the ultimate hustler, and all of us are competition. So, and plus, by arresting the competition, it makes it look like something's being done. Problem solution.
Ooh, arrest the competition. Yes, Charles. Okay, that's deep. Arresting the competition. Us people that are powerful, they want to arrest us. They don't have their own power. They do all these weird demonic tactics, right? To gain their power. But we already have power with all that crap. So they take out the competition. Oh my. I never thought about that.
Yeah, they're the real drug dealers. The cops, I even think police departments, is my theory, be the real hustlers too, some of them.
That's when I'm sorry, that's what I want to say. I'm a hustler, baby. Okay.
You know, what would a sheriff do if, let's say one of the Mexican mafias, you know, tell them, look, you better do this, or we're gonna, or anyone, it could be anyone. Most of the time that don't have to be done. It's money. Money. Yeah, they have the same power as we do, but the problem is we don't have a force behind us, and they got handcuffs, trucks to put us in, prisons to lock us in, and people that work for them. So they have about 100 up on us. The only way to truly fight back would be to create our own laws that counter and build our own prisons, buy some handcuffs and stuff and create our own logo on cars and fight back, right? Lock them up. No, I'm joking.
No, I know. I get what you're saying. No. Right. Turn around and yeah. Turn the tables. Turn the tables.
It makes sense. It created the laws because, you know, these people had it all figured out. I don't even want to call them brilliant, you know. They just figured a way out to. They figured a way to put their plan in motion, and it worked.
Okay, now let me throw something out there, Charles. What about this? They have had a plan to throw everything in motion. Us as people, being as powerful as we supposedly are, we probably don't need a plan if we just get in tune with our own powers and skills and stuff. For me, that would say, yeah, you get help and tools from other people, but that would say that you alone, me alone, a person alone, you get in touch with your power, and that alone is dangerous to the system. I don't even see, like, yes, I can understand
Yeah,
a whole group
it
of
is
people
very
more.
dangerous.
Yeah, but like
Because they
starting
want
with
you to depend on them.
Yeah.
That's why we're fucked. Because we gotta depend on them for electricity, water, food, right? And their water and food is poison, but you know, we didn't let it get too far, man. So now, got to deal with this somehow.
Yep. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing, girl?
Good. Nice to see you.
I figured I'd come and join and be easier than, you know, hanging out and chat.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, we never get a chance to talk anyway, so I was like, you know what? Kim is up there. I'm going to go up there so I can chit chat with her and Charles. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, girl. It's nice.
Row your boat gently down the stream. That's literally how you write rhymes, with that cadence.
Oh, I thought Cadence was a person, Charles, because I know there's a girl named Cadence out there. I was like, where's Cadence?
It is, but cadence also has to do with sound, or the way something said. It's a cadence, a rhythm.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
In military, it's a cadence. It's what they call it, a cadence. It's like, when they start the beat and all that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because that's how they hypnotize. A cadence. They use that thing too, and I have it on my my BandLab app. It goes tick 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 tick.
Yeah.
I forgot what that's called. It ticks.
A metronome?
A what?
Metronome.
I think
it's a timer. It keeps track of time. It's usually in the shape of a pyramid, and then it has a little arm on it that goes back and forth. I've seen them sitting on like pianos before. They usually have them in music rooms. But yeah. I think it's called a metronome.
That's how they do beats too. That tick, tick, tick. And you can write to that too also. Every time it ticks, Your words should rhyme for the most part.
Well, Kimba was saying knowing a person named Cadence. Well, that's my granddaughter's name. Her name's Cadence Joy.
Oh, okay.
I want to sample that Beatles song, Eleanor Rigby. All the lonely people. That was bad, but yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. Thanks to my aunt, because she listened to the Beatles and I would listen to her CDs looking for samples, and that song was perfect for a sample. I think Jay-Z might have done it. I'm not sure. But I know I thought of the idea way before him, or whoever did that, if that's the case. The red and blue is the sun and moon. It's the male and female. It's supposed to be the duality. The sun would be the red, the fire, and the moon is the cooler light, or the cooler.
Yes, the sun is male energy and the moon is female energy.
Yeah, it's that cooler, like.
But everything is about balance when you think about it. When you really stop and think about it, everything is about balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, balance within yourself. If you have balance within yourself, then you're going to be more balanced in the world. You know?
It's like one source, but
Like me, I don't try to get rid of all of my bad thoughts or what would be considered my bad qualities. I just try to balance them out with my good, you know? And take responsibility for when my bad does come out, you know? If I need to, you know, take responsibility for that. Sometimes the things that come out of me might not necessarily be that it might be needed, you know what I mean? Words or whatever. Yeah, Lucid's talking about oh no, I'm sorry, not Lucid, Jay Hyden is talking about pianos. Yeah, I used to play the piano when I was 5. Well, my mom made me take piano lessons, but my piano teacher used to stretch my fingers out because I had such small hands, and she'd make my fingers stretch and then they'd hurt. So I'd complain to my mom that she was making my fingers hurt. And it just got to the point where I didn't like going to the lessons anymore. So my mom's just like, well, I guess you don't really want to learn the piano, so we'll just stop, you know, taking you to lessons. So you had to learn all over because I should not. I get you, Lonnie. I hear you. Daryl used to be a guitarist, or he was a guitarist.
how many strings are on a guitar? I think 7 or 6.
Well, you can get there's different ones. I think there's a 6 string. You can get a 6 string. I think. I know there's 5 strings, 6 strings. I don't know about 7 strings. Lonnie might be able to answer that. I just don't. I mean,
How
Daryl
many
had
tones are there? 7,
6.
right? Or 6? So if
Lonnie
there's 6 tones, there's 6 strings. That's interesting.
Yeah, 666. It's like an atom, you know. Everything
Well, I
we were
didn't look at it like that, but Pan is representation of Satan, right? So
yeah.
Pan plays the flute. He's, it's sort of like the Joker or Pan. It plays the flute, and the 6 tones is like sound, vibration, which is damn near everything. And if he has a flute and he controls that and hypnotizes people, he lures people in by playing the music, or his children actually. But yeah, that's Pan, and there's other names. But yeah, it's crazy. It's 6 strings and 6 tones, and I wonder how he wears sneakers. He got hoof feet. I was thinking, you
What
only
was
see pictures like that with white people, half animal, half fucking human.
Oh, you mean like in Centaurs when they show
Yeah,
Centaurs? I wouldn't say that because in that movie Prince Caspian, the Narnia series, they had
yeah.
a bunch of centaurs and stuff like that in the movie, and they had some black people playing a centaur. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like in the old esoteric books, I've never seen like, you know, I've
Yeah,
actually seen Asian do it, but it's mostly white figures that
it's
do that,
mostly
like deities.
European.
It's crazy. I
Mo-
think it's just what if it was a genetic thing, right? They got horse genetics mixed with human, but I doubt it.
I don't know. I seen a picture floating around on the internet years ago of a dog that looked like a human and had puppies, and they looked
I
like
don't know.
those, and they looked like
That would be crazy.
those Shar-Pei dogs. Is what they looked like.
Oh, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, you never know what they're doing out there, Charles.
Yeah,
And
I know.
you know, and honestly, I don't think I'd want to know. I have enough time,
I don't
enough
think it
power
could work
dealing
though.
dealing with my own life to try to worry about what's going on out in the world. I mean, I don't worry about what's going on in the world, even though I'm aware that there's
I
bad
just
things
can't
going on.
see that working, mixing those 2 genes and then a womb. What womb would piece
Would
that
allow
together?
exactly. Even though they have already proven that they can do cloning, because they cloned that sheep Dolly, and Dolly went on to live and gave birth to her own babies, her own sheep, or lambs. I mean, and that was, gosh, what
Yeah,
did
but
they?
they couldn't keep reproducing. Sort of the theory they used with the Cabbage Patch children. That sooner or later, they can't reproduce. That's what they said about the the trains there with the children, the orphan trains, the Cabbage Patch children
Mm-hmm. Well, kind of like
from
donkeys.
from
Donkeys can't
genetic farms.
donkeys can't reproduce because they're freaking hybrid. Or it's one of those. And see, what is it? There's a mule and a horse makes a donkey, but the donkeys can't reproduce because they're a crossbreed between a horse and a mule. And mules and horses are two different species.
Shit, they're gonna clone us with technology. That's what they're gonna do.
They
They're
already
gonna create
have.
a robot that look like fucking
They already
us and
have.
replace us. Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, imagine they could create a robot with human blood running through it instead of oil or something, right? That'd be crazy. With an actual human brain.
What do you think we are?
I know, but I'm talking about if they could put that into a robot, like you wouldn't age. You'd be you could live forever, but you would just be a synthetic.
Yeah, have you ever seen that movie called God, I can't remember the name of it now. It's Robin Williams was in it. Oh, called Bicentennial Man. And
I might have actually.
It was about a robot. Robin Williams played this robot that went through many generations of the same family. The little girl that was like the little girl when he was first brought into the family, at the end of the movie was an old lady. But you'll have to try to get the movie and watch it if it's out there and available. But it just basically shows you how the robot, he had emotions, I guess. But in the beginning he didn't, but he learned how. And then he wanted to be a human. Because he didn't want to live and keep living and outliving all these people in his life that he loved, you know? It was a good movie.
Some of the movies are used, I think, to use their agenda of mixing us with robots, slowly but surely, to accept the technology. And considering these deities' names, they use that end in L and shit all the time. And then there's electricity. The childrens of El and An. I need to find more out about these children of An, because I can't find damn near no information. The children of El, there's tons of information, but the children of An,
Hey, what up? Charles, how much longer are you going to be going live?
a little bit longer.
What up, Naga? Hey, and also, good to see you, Candy, as well. Kimba. Wanted to hop back in here before Charles ended this.
Cool.
You got to see the movie Simulant.
Simulant?
Yeah. I think it came out the end of last year or something. I could be wrong, but it's about this guy died in a car accident and his wife got him uploaded into a robot. Wow. He didn't even know he was dead, yo. No, his consciousness was uploaded. They have to get you at a certain amount of time when you die for it to work. And it's this crazy movie, man. Yeah, it blew my mind at the end what that robot did to his wife. But he got even, I'll tell you that. He leveled out the playing field.
Well, there's another movie called Free Jack with Emilio Estevez, Mick Jagger's in it, I believe. It's called Free Jack, and it basically shows that the people in the future went back to this specific time in the past, and they pulled this guy right when he was getting killed. He was a car racing driver, race car driver. Right when he was getting killed, they pulled him out. and then he survived, and he was like in this other life, you know, in the future. But basically, they stole his body because this really, really rich man in the future wanted this guy's body. And they were going to try to insert this rich man's consciousness into this young man's body. It was called Free Jack.
That's interesting. And it reminds me of Surrogates with Bruce Willis, although that seems more in depth than the concept that Surrogates was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, they could create a fake you. They already got our voice, right? Let's say that, right? They got the voice. If they really needed the picture of us, then they could create a fucking synthetic robot, put your voice, upload it, and it'll be you, but it won't be you, if you get what I mean.
Exactly.
That'd be crazy. You hear a knock at your door, and it's you. I'm here to replace you.
Yeah, well, that fake me would be dead then.
I don't know if you guys have seen it out there on the social media platform app real quick, but there are people already that swore up and down that they were not going to merge or have anything to do with AI. And now they actually have like an AI character. It's not them sitting like on their stream and their channel impersonating them. So there's so many people that are already like, oh yeah, well, I don't got to be there, and it's just a character and an app and put it there. They're like, bam. And I'm like, wow. Are people getting that lazy? They don't even want to be the real person sitting there. They want to put a character in front. Wow. I've seen that.
Oh, we lost somebody. Who fell off?
Oh, buddy.
That was just Christos. No, it was
Oh.
Christos.
Oh, it was
Christos.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that was Christos, but I wasn't for sure. I couldn't really see his name. I didn't see his name. And I know the other person's
That's
Jeannie.
funny, Dom.
Hey, Naga.
Hi, salute to the chat and the panel.
Okay, there's Christos.
Oh, hey, Naga. I didn't know. I couldn't see the name. Okay, Naga. All right.
Yeah, Naga. Yeah, I have to go to work today in 3 hours. Yeehaw.
What job is that?
Oh, working at a grocery store, you know, scanning people's groceries.
Yeah, that sucks in a way.
Working a job where I'm scanning other people's groceries where I can't even pretty much afford to buy my own, you know?
That's crazy.
But I only have to work 6 hours. I work 2 to 8 today.
No, I've worked in a grocery store. I worked in produce.
Yeah.
Unloading the truck, or I've worked third shift unloading trucks, or scanning items in from the truck. But
yeah,
dealing with the customers is just too much, man. People are bugged out, and they don't have respect. And I was like, man, I can't. If I had to, I would, but for the most part, I don't like doing that because the people are crazy.
Well, the job I work at, you know, I work in a small town. So, and in this town, there's 2 main grocery stores. Our grocery store, Cash Savers, and Walmart on the other end of town. So those are the 2 places people have to shop here, or they go to the next big town up, which is Norman, where they have more selection, more choices. So I basically know everybody that comes in the store. I know so much drama that's going on in this town, and I don't even get out in this town, but yet I know all the things that are going on in this town. That's the bad thing about living in a small town is everybody knows who you are and everybody knows your business regardless if you want them to know or not.
Yeah, you gotta have OTW. You gotta have, yeah, all three. You gotta have your intro.
The
However
small
it goes.
town, the
Yeah.
small town aspect is always interesting. That dynamic.
Yeah,
Grapevine.
I was raised here, so and then we moved away when I was 12. And my mom used to complain about it complain about the town because of the fact that, everybody knew everybody's business and stuff. And all these years later, all those things that my mother told me as a child, I'm starting to see now, as an adult, the longer I live here as an adult.
The white noise. That's hilarious. When somebody speaks, all you hear is white noise.
Would
Remember
Dom
them
say
old
that?
TVs? Yeah. Them old ass TVs where you turn a dial. People
Yeah.
get no stations, just white noise.
Yeah.
Right. That's a
And
good.
every
That's a
once
good
in a
analogy.
while,
Like that.
you could hear voices and stuff through the white noise, but people thought that was like another dimension and stuff, but that's only the TV picking up signals in the air. People thought they were like ghosts. Olsen Yemi, peace. Sir Drop.
Yeah, I will have to say real quick that for me, I learned to embrace my alchemy. First of all, I didn't even know what it was. I thought it was an evil thing. I had to study it. Then I learned I was already doing it. I was already doing it myself and did not realize it. If you learn to embrace your comedy, like a lot of people are talking in the chat, turn a lot of horrific stuff into maybe comedy. And I don't mean like, laugh at it like, because we know it's disgusting and evil and everything that's been done. But what it does is it turns your frame of mind around. And if you turn it into comedy a little, it does help your frame of mind. It doesn't mean you pushed all it aside. It's still there, but you're not letting it affect you as bad. You know what I mean? Because I did that, and when I did that for me, it helped my health in general. That was plummeting like big time. It helped my health, relationships, peace of mind, spiritually, everything all the way around was doing that. But as quickly as I let that go and I go back to, oh man, when you want to cuss them all out for what's been done wrong, I'm like, wait a minute. And then I honestly start to feel like the Joker over here. I do. But then I'm like, wait a minute. But it also keeps me intact. It keeps me sane, even though society will shun upon it and say, you look insane. It keeps me sane. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Hey, Kimba, what does this look like? Watch when I flip this picture. What does that remind you of? Looks like a tuning fork. With the handle.
Did you already flip it? I'm just now looking at the screen. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's supposed to
A
be this
tuning
way,
fork.
but I flipped it. Yeah, like sound. The light
Oh,
is showing the
damn.
energy it would have.
Yeah, that's a good point, Charles.
Yep, and then look at the two pillars on the side. One of those would be the thing you hit it with. So the tuning fork in the middle, and you have each thing on the side. That's the wand you hit it with. Because I have one here sitting right here next to me. Oh my!
Yes, because everything is done in reverse. So what we see is flipped for them, I suppose.
Wow, yeah, that never occurred to me. That's legit. Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Right?
Because that's
Or
what
kind
creation.
of okay, or Candy. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy. Kind of like what you were saying. They put it the right way up, right? But
Mm-hmm.
then if you flip on something, that would be like the real meaning. What it should really be. I don't know. I can't word it
Right.
right, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, they reverse a lot of things. They show us the
Yeah.
truth, but it's reversed.
Yeah.
But
Down
what
to
I was about to say is
architecture,
about
everything.
frequency.
I just want to
Everything's
say,
created on frequency.
I just want to say, shout out to all of y'all waking up to the truth.
I started waking up 15 years ago when I turned off my
Thank you.
TV. And I don't own a TV, and I haven't watched TV in over 15 years. That's my secret.
Because the truth is lies right in front of our face.
And then living homeless for 5 years also helped me. So yeah, I take every experience I have in my life as, an experience. I can either learn from it or not. It's my choice.
Exactly. That's how I see it. You can make it a positive or a negative for you.
Exactly.
Lessons
But
and
me,
blessings is how someone put it the other day. Go ahead.
but me personally, I just think both the negative and the positive is in front of you. You just have to balance it. You see, you have to be grounded like the earth because the earth is the scale. Once you're grounded, you become that scale, so you will balance the positive and the negative.
Oh, I agree, Naga. I agree that life is all about balance. That's why I'm here personally myself. I'm here just to hold the balance within myself. And if I can hold the balance within myself, then I help society hold the balance within society as a
Ooh,
whole.
look at this picture. Now, I don't know about anyone else. If this picture hasn't been tampered with, which I think it has, because the street the colors could have been tampered. I've never seen no storm front where it's freaking glowing green. What is that, the Aurora Borealis? Like, what the fuck? So, but either
Uh-huh.
way, if something rolled in like that, you know you're in some trouble, right? If that's real.
Yeah, totally. Some certain storms have a foreboding color to them at times. It can be like a certain green or orange or whatever the fuck.
Oh, it's real, Charles, because I live in Oklahoma, And I've seen some really funky looking storms, and that right there, not the one you're showing now, but the first one you showed, is more like a supercell. And those types
Yeah.
of storms are the ones that tornadoes form out of.
Yeah, they probably use the towers to create one of these with energy. It's about energy.
Yes, yes, they're using HARP to control our weather.
But this right here is showing the stages of that tornado. It's not a
Exactly.
bunch of. It's not. It's the same one.
Right.
It's not a bunch of them.
From the beginning until it touched down.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to point that out. Yep.
It's cool.
That's an insane picture. Well, both of them. That one right there, especially. That one right there.
Man, if this is normal to people seeing shit
Can you
like
imagine
this,
could you imagine Charles being on that highway driving and see that, encounter that?
I'm turning around.
It would blow my mind. I would be like, "Whoa, whoa! Did we just enter a movie?" Yeah,
I'm turning.
exactly.
I wouldn't even
Do
enter.
U-turn in the quickest and be like, "Punch that gas! We getting out of here."
Imagine a tornado that big.
That's what storm chasers do. They chase storms like that, and they get right up on it too.
And then you're
No
sucked up
fear.
into that right there. See those? Yeah. And then
Yeah, I don't know if this is real. You know, it kind of looks like it was tampered with, but I could be wrong. I think the lightning is real, but I don't know about the tornadoes.
Yeah, some about them don't look quite right.
Yeah, they're too clean cut.
I don't know if this is real either.
Yeah,
but
that's
if
the
that's
problem
the
with
case,
technology today. People being able to make fake photos everywhere.
because it looks like they paused the video. I was trying to find footage of a tornado like hitting that where that camera is hitting the house, so you could see,
Mm-hmm.
you know, what it looks like. But I gotta look more. I want to see real footage, you know, pictures. If this is real, I mean, look at the rain. It picked up the pixels for the raindrops. I mean, that's amazing.
Or this could be a scene from a movie.
True.
It looks like
Yes.
it could be a scene out of the movie Twister or something.
You might be right. Those are computer generated raindrops. Yeah, this even looks funny. Maybe it's.
Oh, okay, I can tell. So you got these pictures off of like cams that were put up on buildings and stuff.
I guess. I
mean,
looked
that's
up
what it kind of looks
tornadoes.
like because of the fact that I'm looking at the street down below and kind
Yeah.
of seeing how it's pictured and where the level of the camera is, and it
Yeah.
looks like it's mounted on the outside of a building somewhere.
Yeah, I just looked up tornadoes on regular Google picture and this stuff comes up. But I put like, this is from FloridaLightning.com.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. Like, they're using, I wouldn't be surprised if they got a craft that they fly that creates electromagnetic energy and will create a tornado. Like I wouldn't doubt it.
I seen a F5 tornado, not with my own eyes, but I've seen the damage left behind, I should say, after a F5 tornado came through. And I seen just some of the most bizarrest things, you know, like hay going through a piece of wood.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah.
wow, it
I
just
know
really
what you mean.
shows the power and the strength of those things. Oh yeah, I've seen a freaking car wrapped around a telephone pole.
Well,
Oh wow.
I don't think electromagnetic energy can be created. I think it can be harnessed.
Yeah.
Just like electricity can be harnessed based on the structure of the city or based on the structure of the country. The way the country shaped with the buildings and stuff like that and the road and stuff like that. This is what create, electricity, and we can harness it.
Yeah, these pictures are crazy. That's a good point, Candy. I think this is from a movie, Twister.
Yeah,
That's
didn't
funny.
it just come out with like a new version or something like that, or kind of like a sequel to the first one or something? I can't remember, but
Because I know they have cameras that are good enough to catch raindrops, but that definitely looks like a screenshot.
yeah. Even though it says photo is NOAA.
Oops.
Or that's where that's where I guess supposedly it originates from, is the NOAA.
I've seen some dark thunderstorms in my life to where the fucking street lights would come on because it
In the
got
middle
dark
of the day.
enough.
Yeah, in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
In my
But
small town, we have a lot of storm shelters in the town that I grew up in. And here in Purcell, everybody had a storm shelter in their backyard. I can remember a lot of times as a kid, storms getting so bad that me and mom would go down into the cellar, and sometimes spend the night down there.
damn it. I'm trying to you ever see sprites? I wonder if these are real pictures of sprites or is it computer generated? Like how can we trust these pictures and say, well, that's what sprites look like? Because I've never seen a fucking Sprite. I've only drank a Sprite. So, where we get most of our information from is bullshit. They're the same people that give us what we think's the truth, right?
Right. Exactly. You are right, Charles. Everything, that's why we have to, everything that we see or hear, we have to use discernment to determine
Yep.
what the truth really is.
I'm not saying this picture isn't real, but who's ever seen these sprites? I think they exist, but I'm just saying I've never seen them, so I can't be like, oh, that's fact.
Exactly. And I'm the same way in a lot of areas of my life. If I haven't experienced it for myself, it's not to say that I don't believe that somebody else can't have that experience or hasn't had that experience. But for myself personally, I never had that experience or seen something. If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can't per se actually say if it exists or not. You know what I mean?
They're saying this is like static electricity up near the firmament. That's what it, because you got to be high up to see these sprites, probably in airplanes and shit. But there's a lot of pictures if you look them up. They look like octopus or a squid in the sky, an electrical squid. It's crazy.
Well, I've heard people talk about seeing those things on their trips. Kind of in the layers of the metaphysical.
That's
some
dope.
type of like jellyfish-looking beings, and even I brought it up before. I think when Mind's Eye was on, I mentioned it, but there's even in one of the recent Call of Duties video games, Cold War, they had a zombies mode, and when you would break over to this other realm, this other like parallel universe, there would be a bunch of purple like jellyfish, void beings in the sky, like floating around just like this and having their tendrils. And, so again, they drop these little clues and hints, even in video games, that some people may overlook. Yep, just like that for real.
But that's what we are, though. We are these purple beings inside of
Yeah.
the magnetic, instead of our magnetic field or our aura. But because our third eye is being calcified, we can't really see what we truly are or who we truly are.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow,
like
this is a
that.
good picture. This
Like the
picture I'm
nervous
about to
system.
show. This picture I'm about to show, they stacked them on top of each other, so you could really get a definition. And they do look like the inside of our body, like the veins and the muscles.
Looks like the mycelium or the nervous system.
The tree of life, the root system, the roots to the tree.
Primordial. I can dig it. Literally.
They look like that looks bugged out, right?
I feel like I just pulled out some fucking plants out the garden, Like some leeks or some shit.
Hell yeah. This is why our reality always shift, from one way to another way, instead of being rounded or, being solid. Because the root, is being removed from the ground.
There you go, yup. Like how you put that, yup. Well, this is what I was talking about earlier too, about breaking the threshold into the next segment or next layer. I'm talking about going from 9 to 10, or breaking through a layer per se. Like something getting pulled out of the ground. New paradigm, new reality. The roots are out.
Hell yeah.
Hey Charles, I'm gonna jump off of here. I gotta start getting ready for work here in a little bit, but I appreciate you letting me come up and chit chat for a little bit.
Yeah, anytime,
Thanks
Candy.
for what you offered.
Much love.
I'm looking at this picture, man. This shit's suspect. Have a good day at work. You know, you ever get a ticket from the cop, right? Gives you a $500 ticket, let's just say, and then they say, "Have a nice day," fucking jerks.
That's a fact.
Look at this picture. Now, I thought sprites were up near the firmament. So now they're saying this is from the space station or some shit. They would have to be above the firmament. Now, what the fuck is going on here? This picture coming up right here, it's on the top of a mountain where they keep, I think, Lucifer's telescope. And that's what they seen. I mean, that's a hell of a view.
Lucifer telescope.
Like, I think comets are like sparks.
Oh, I like that. I see what you're saying.
They even got fucking. I bet you they got drones that fly in the sky and spray. Damn.
Hell yeah, since 2015 I've been watching not drones but military planes. Since I got hip onto chemtrail, I've been, watching the skies and certain, during certain seasons, and I realized that there is a lot of, military planes that fly regularly, in the morning and in the afternoon, kind of hexing the sun, basically creating a lot of X, in the sky towards the sun. I mean, if anybody know about chemistry, then that tells you a lot. It's crazy that we went to school and learn about chemistry and know that, whenever we put different elements together, it creates a chemical reaction. But when we got hip into chemtrail, we never understand that there was, uh, there was, creating something for us to react on. We never looked at it that way. We just looked at it that, man, it just came true. They just, killing the dirt. They're killing this. They're doing that. But in reality, it just created something for us to react on because we started to wake up.
Wake up from that sound sleep.
Yeah, shit. It was awake. I mean, sleeping. That's why they call it the sleeping giant. They know.
They had us sleeping. They were playing Pan's flute. They had people hypnotized. They were playing them 6 tones, like in that kung fu flick with what's his name? I almost said Liu Kang, but it's
Bruce Lee.
Not
Liu Kang
Bruce
from
Lee's.
Tekken.
Nah, his name's Gordon Liu. Fucking
Oh,
with the 6 tones. And
is
he
that
was
the
at a
Devil's
temple.
Triangle?
Yeah, something like that. And he was trying to, like, he had to move up in levels, like sort of like a Masonic lodge, but this is at the temple of Shaolin. And the elders were doing something with the 6 tones, you know, like with their voice and shit, and tapping like that. And but all the people that were doing it were real old, you know, like 110 years old.
Hmm.
You gotta watch them Shaolin vs. Wu-Tang and those old kung fu flicks. They got a lot of good stuff in there. It's not just a movie about fighting each other. It's something. There's a meaning and message.
I think anything with the 6, end with the 6, I think that's just unbalanced. They having us thinking that the even number is even, but in reality, they're not even. You know, it's the uneven number that's even, and the even numbers is not even. Just like you kind
Eve.
of like you kind of
Even.
feel good.
Eve was even.
Yeah, Eve made Adam even. See, without Eve, Adam wasn't even.
Well, the Catholic Church got Adam and Steve. It's fucking crazy shit, bro.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean that with the utmost disrespect.
Man.
They allow that shit. They're gonna change the story, bro. I'm telling you. Transformers, homos in disguise.
Well, technically, it's not based on how I look at things, it's not so bad because they're making us think that Adam is a man. But based on my understanding, Adam is a woman, We're calling woman dam or lady.
Yeah.
Like
She's
Jean
holding
Dam.
back
Oh,
those
damsel.
celestial waters in the womb. The before the water breaks, the dam broke. Right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
sacred. Dan, that's a good point, man. I never looked at it that way.
What?
The woman is the dam.
Well, yeah. Because I speak Creole, is a lot of things
Hey,
that mean.
she is. She was the damned, the cursed. Because remember, they allegedly said when the woman gives birth, it's part of a punishment that she'll feel that pain and stuff. That's what they say. It's said in the Bible. That's why the woman was cursed or damned, right? So damn. Plus, you could put in the waters too. That's in the womb.
And that's why she had to be put to sleep, in order for her to give birth to Eve, which makes her even. Now she was, but they have their own way, of saying things because at the end of the day they control this thing. They control everything. Listen, any other race, well, not any other race, because looking at it is only the aboriginal race and the original race. I'm gonna just put it in that sense, in that case, so the original race can create anything and they're gonna take it and turned it into the Aboriginal, created it because so-called Aboriginal was here first. But in reality, we know that, in order for Aboriginal to exist, original
Yeah, I
had to
don't
exist
know.
first.
I truthfully don't know who was here first, but I know I'm here, and I know. Shout out to the people that were here first. I don't know who they truly are, but I got respect for them. Peace to
Yeah,
them.
for example, we have Haitians, right, on the island called Haiti today,
Yeah.
right? They're in Haiti right now,
I don't
the
know,
island.
for some reason I don't believe they came from Africa, man. I think they've always been there. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to tell no one who they are, but I think the islands like Jamaica and all that, I think those people have always been there. They never came or went anywhere.
Well, I tell you this
It's my
myself, because
opinion.
I'm
I could be
Haitian.
wrong.
I tell you this, I'm Haitian, descendant, right? I tell
Yeah.
you this, there is islands for a reason. All these pieces of land is pieces of land for a reason. They
Why is it
always
called an
belong.
island? An island, right?
Yeah.
I wonder
All
why.
they are island for a reason. It was just one land. You see? It was one land. Just like America is just one continent. Africa is just one continent. Europe, right? So the island was the same way, one land. Then something happened, it got scattered. The like the Bible talking about the so-called the 12 tribe or Israel, that kind of got scattered all over. That story derived from the island that's scattered, because of an event that happened. See, so when it's scattered, then a lot of people got lost. That we didn't have that many people when it was together. So, cause everywhere that that have the ocean, land was there. You see, so they got smaller and smaller and smaller instead of that big people they were. See, and that land was also connected to here America, just like Europe and China. It's connected to Africa. The Middle East,
Yeah.
just like they're all connected to Africa, the same way the island was connected here to over here to America. You see, when it was a whole. See, so when that even happened, it got disconnected. And there is a lot of people, that died. Transition. You see, so we over here knew, all right, the people from the Americas, they knew that, all right, the island wasn't strong enough, to hold themselves. So we left over here from America, some people from South America, and we migrated to the island. You see, and we stayed. We met
Well,
the.
they say in America that slaves used the Underground Railroad and some made it to Haiti and escaped, and then they were also brought there because they were like slaves to some people that lived like to the Spaniards. They were brought from Africa as slaves when the Spaniards came there, and then that's how the Dominicans were created by mixing with the Haitians. And I don't know, man. History is so. That's why I rather hear it like from you, because you're Haitian, and I'm pretty sure your parents, passed down their lineage, man. So instead of school books, that to me, school books, you got to hear it from the people, man. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Especially, you see, and it's no different from over here because the original people over here never get to tell the world their story. Their story just got told for them, which is inaccurate anyways. But the
You got
world still
hijacked.
accepting it. Say that again.
I said people's knowledge when a place gets conquered or hijacked, their knowledge gets stolen, and then they could change it and twist it or keep it for them, which has been done.
Yeah,
People are
that's
conquering
exactly
shit.
That's exactly what happened. See, for real, that's exactly what happened. We just got we not. I don't look at it as conquered, but I look at it as invaded. You know,
Yeah,
trespasses,
hijacked.
trespasses. You see?
It's like like one of those kung fu flicks when they stole the Wu Tang manual and shit. All that knowledge and their history saved for thousands of years and their techniques they taught. All that was in that manual. You know, that's like them. It's who they are. And it was stolen.
Yeah, so I
Anyway.
do agree with you. You know that the Haitian didn't come from Africa, but they wanted them to know that they come from Africa because they wanted to remove them from the continent, you know, or from the island. But the Haitian wasn't going to let that rock. You see, this is the same way Israel is. We let the same way the world let Israel rock, right? Knowing that they didn't come from there, they just established themselves there. Is the same way that we're just letting them telling their story. We let that story rock because we know they're telling their story. We ain't telling. That's not our story, you know. And we know the time will come when we're going to tell our story. I don't know if that makes sense.
Nah, yeah, that was good. I'm doing shit in the background, enjoying hearing you guys go back and forth. Charles, are you shutting down soon, Charles? What's the word on that?
Yeah. Yeah. What time is it? It's 1:30. Time flies.
Hell yeah.
Some of these pictures, man, that they show from these alleged space station, which is probably just a fucking drone or a fucking Satelloon.
Me personally, just like you was talking about the nervous system, I think most of the pictures they're showing us is X-rays that they got from our body, from the female and the male body.
I ain't gonna lie, when I look at those sprites, it just reminds me too much of the inside of a human body. It almost looks like the sprites are freaking the energy. It's just the energy taking shape of the nervous system. T minus.
See, I know that they know one thing, right? I know the invaders know one thing. Since we was grounded people, right? We was grounded to the earth, right, or to the ground, and we know that we was children of the ground. Basically, we was a part of the
I
ground.
think we used to live underground. Because if there was Titans, we would get stepped on. We could have lived underground too.
Well, there is a part of the earth that people live underground because of the climate, the weather, right? But it's surely not over here on this side, on this end, right? But I definitely do agree with you because that's the balance, or that's the balance of the earth because the earth is a scale, is the scale. So the scale, you gotta have two things on the scale, Other than that, the scale is not balancing anything. Anything you put on the scale, if it's one side, the scale is going to tilt.
They say when you die, Anubis will cut your heart out and put it on the scale where there's a feather, and it better be lighter than that feather.
Well, we know anything, that's not. You see that they give us they give us, we so fucked up about the scale because we have scales that already come with something in it, right? We that's already tilted. We have certain scale that's already tilted, and you just put one thing on it in order, to get the weight. You see? But and then you have scale that don't have nothing, and it it's just one thing, right? You just put it on it, like it's crazy that they have scales and they have balance. You know what I'm saying? But both of them is the same thing because a scale and
Mhm.
balance same thing, you know? So they kind of
Well, the scale. Wait, Naga.
The
Hold on a second. The
scale
scale creates the
weighs.
balance. Creates
Yeah,
the
yeah.
balance.
The
Yeah,
weight.
yeah.
say that again. I missed something.
The scale creates the balance through
This.
weight. It's measuring the weight. Measurement.
Right,
That's all the scale's for, to measure the weight.
right, and the balance also.
hmm
They
Which
both
would
do
be
the
an
same.
even amount. It'll
Yeah,
be level. Even.
yeah. But they have us think that they're two separate things. See?
I think I know what you're saying.
Well, I'm
That's
thinking.
interesting.
I was gonna say, but Naga, you know what I'm thinking? I see the scale as the device, and I see the balance as what the device is doing. Maybe it could be one and the same, but I see the scale as the device and the action as the balance. You know what I'm saying? The device and the action. I don't know. That just came out of left field. Maybe I'm wrong.
But I kind of see what you're saying, but they want, to me, it's like us and the earth. We are one and the same. We take the attribute of the earth, right? Or the universe. So we are one and the same. But a lot of time we like to think that, the earth create us. Or we create the earth. You know what I'm saying? We like to think one created the other, or one is different from the other, but it's all one and the same. The way I'm looking at it from a balanced perspective.
Yeah. Oh, I never thought about that. Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's a new spin for me.
New term, to ride the lightning.
That is a cool picture, though. I won't lie. That is
Well,
cool
this
looking.
picture,
That one's really cool.
it's not real, probably. I've never seen lightning strike like that, but I just think it's cool. If they did edit it, they did a good damn job.
I've seen it. Not that color, not purple, because when I seen it, most of the time the sky be, this when is about to rain, or when we so-called having a storm, about to have a storm, we could see in Haiti, you could see the lightning. You could hear the thunder, right? Creating the lightnings. Literally, if you're watching the sky, every time we hear the thunder, some people scared of the thunder, they either blocking their ears or going, somewhere hiding. But a lot of people, it's normal to them. So we be looking at it. We be
Yeah,
looking at every
lightning's
time
making the thunder.
Say that again?
I said the lightning's what's making the sound. It's cracking through the air. It's like slicing it. It's like heat. You ever take ice and put it into something warm and it starts popping and cracking? Well, that's the same thing with lightning, man. It's warm energy entering cold or vice versa. That's why it's creating that ripping, cracking sound.
Well,
It's
I'll tell
literally
you this:
ripping.
lions kill people. You know, lions. If you're not, grounded, if you're not balanced, right, and the lion hits you, you're gonna die. It's like, if people is not really well grounded and they touch certain amount of electricity, they could get fried. It's the same thing with lions. And then you have people that could just touch the electricity and it would just flow through them with no problem.
Yeah, acting as a conduit.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's
But
a cool pick.
Yeah, I wonder if it's real, if it's overlaid.
I look like an umbilical cord.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, I do too. They're all cool picks. But a couple do, at least a couple to me, look a little, AI or computer generated or whatever.
Yeah, they look like X-rays to me. X-rays, you know how when a female is pregnant and they always go to the doctor, first to see the pregnant, how the baby is moving, certain things. I think they should just take these pictures and generate them to the computer.
Yeah, some of them they look like
Oh,
what they do is they'll take a picture and if you keep overlaying it, it'll bring out the I don't know what to call it, the picture, I guess.
Yeah, it
They
will
like to
bring
do
out the
that.
picture with a background, basically.
Yeah, they like to do that when they're photoing stars. They'll overlay it with like Jupiter and Saturn. But
Yeah,
Mars,
because
Venus don't look like what NASA gives you. That's the sad
yeah,
part. If people would only buy a fucking telescope and go outside, they would realize NASA's full of shit with their cartoon CGI. People just go along with it because it's so much
yeah.
easier.
The only purpose of the overlaying is to create a background. It's just like when you you know setting up your computer. I mean your streams. You know
Yeah,
you you overlays to have a
creating a
background.
layer. Yeah,
So without them doing that, we will realize that they definitely full of shit. But only content creators can tell. If they do some critical thinking, because most of the people don't have no idea. How to overlay the screen. Their computer screen. For them to stream. Most of them don't even know how to stream. Most people. You know, streaming is just now becoming a thing. You know, not just now, for a couple of years now, but I'm just saying, so only
well,
people that go ahead.
streaming. You remember when I mentioned this before. Remember when streaming is just like when you had a phone and you could have three people on it. It's the type of, or when you're on the PlayStation, when PS2 came out and you could hook it up to the internet and play with people. It's the same thing as this. They still
Yeah.
had, and when people think it's like some brand new technology, we're being bamboozled.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. You're definitely right. It was always there, but to some point. But we just, it's just becoming a thing because a lot of content creator is becoming a thing now. You know what I'm saying? Back then it was gamers that was becoming a thing. So the background was being created for us, and we just walked into it. But now we could create our own background and have people just walking into it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
so
Oh,
only
yeah, yeah.
so only these people could have, can do some critical thinking, and realize that, man, NASA is full of shit.
Peace, Chief 18 Wheels, Mark Basket.
And people like that have to sit down and explain to other people how NASA is full of shit. You know, since they do some critical thinking for themselves, they understand it. They know what's going on. Now they could just, they have to sit and explain to other people because other people think it's real.
Yeah, that sucks. That the reality is the school system is taking away your ability to think on your own. They're handing you a reality, if you want to look at it like that. That textbook reality. Everything's in place for you. Instead of you being the center of your universe, they're handing you your entire. It's like you're playing a role.
Yeah.
It's fucking bullshit.
Did I ever
This is
tell you guys about a documentary I watched not too long ago about how they actually taught the teachers, the very first teachers, how to teach the kids? It was in black and white. And it was all ladies. They used all ladies to teach children. I know there's something behind that. Well, they started to bring more men in as time went on. But in the beginning, it was all ladies. And they had them sit down in a classroom like children. And the instructor literally told them, you are to tell them what to think, look at, take in. Basically, they were programming the teachers on how to program the kids. It was a little disturbing.
Yeah.
So basically,
You can't teach nothing but the textbook too. You can't go off the
don't
textbook or
let
you
them
get
think,
fired.
ask questions. I was like, wow. No wonder I stuck out all the time.
Tell
I
the
was the one
teacher to
asking all
teach
the
flat
questions.
earth
Everyone was silent.
and see what happens to the teacher if you take that globe out of the classroom or go against it. You'd be you'd be fucking shot out that school so quick through a fucking one of them clown cannon gun things. They would boot you out. You're done.
Yeah, that's why I've been realized that since I was little in elementary school. Because I was very active in elementary school, and I realized that the teachers didn't like you spilling the tea, and on top of that, they didn't like that you challenged them on why they don't want you to spill the tea. You see, it's like when you telling your friend what's going on, and they didn't like you telling your friend what's going on. They just wanted you to shut up, and do your own thing, and let
Just
your
like
friend.
religion.
Yeah, and let your friends learn on their own. And when you challenge them on why, why am I being punished if I'm doing a good thing, if I'm just helping my friend, if I'm just doing that, and they ain't like that, you challenge them, and you'll get kicked out of the classroom. You see? So I realized
Especially if
that.
it makes sense
Yeah, I
and it goes
realized that a
against
lot.
what they're teaching. They get real mad because
Hell yeah.
they don't want to look stupid. Their ego kicks in too.
Yeah. This is why ever since then I ain't take school serious. Since elementary school, I ain't take school serious. I only take school serious at the end of every period. You see? At the end of every period because at the end we used to have like four semester, a year. So each at the end of each period, I take school serious because I know I gotta pass that class. I gotta pass that, all four period in order to go to the next class. You know, so I would just look around, do my 1, 2 study, see what's going on, what the test gonna be about, and I just pass my test, go to the next class. But I would spend the whole thing, the whole basically, period, just bullshitting around with my friends. Missing school, not really going to school. Not really taking class serious, doing things on purpose for me to get kicked out of class. So I could have an excuse to be outside doing what I wanted to do.
The Earth isn't flat or round. It's all the sacred geometry symbols in one. Technically, it's got all the shapes.
Flower of life.
The Metatron cube.
That's the universe, though. That's the universe. The Earth do have a shape, though. It's one shape, and that's that line.
Because if the ocean,
There you go.
if this
Yep.
realm didn't flood, I know they're using water to prove a point, but what was below sea level when there was no ocean?
You see, when there was no ocean?
Yeah. If there was no ocean. You know how they say above and below sea level? Because you go to the water to get a level. I know why they call it sea level, but above and below sea level. So yeah. It kind of does.
I think that's just a made-up concept.
It is, obviously.
That
Any
above and
concept
below.
we use is made up.
In order to
made
make
it
us
up.
think that the Earth is a globe, in order for us to believe that the Earth is a globe, we gotta have above and below sea level. But in true, the Earth is just level, and the level of the Earth, is the shape, is where life is at.
Yeah. Just like the
Matter of fact, the true shape of the Earth is like the music wave. You see, when you look at the music waves, right? How it created, that's the shape of the Earth, because you have the mountain and the trees, right? That's creating that thing. That's why a lot of people say life is is like music.
Like a stereo system almost, or like if you're making beats and you see the shit going across and it's going up and down and different slants and diagonal. When you said mountains, I saw exactly what you meant in a couple different ways with the music.
Yeah, it's like
Flow.
the sound wave.
Yeah.
Literally. It's like the sound wave, like music. Like when you record it, when you record something, that's because life is being recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally what it is. That's the shape. But we want to look at it if it's round, if it's Earth, if it's a globe, if it's flat. If it's this and that. But is in our face. The truth lies in our face.
Yeah, that was dope.
And that's why the pyramid is so important.
Yeah. Speaking of the pyramid, Charles got it up there. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All good stuff.
people should read this book. I'm gonna put the cover up. It's a Japanese book.
Is it in English?
Yeah.
Oh.
And this book was in a movie.
Yeah, I had to ask.
Yeah, that was fun.
It's called Hagakure.
The book.
The Way of the Samurai. It's in Ghost Dog. With Forrest Whitaker, the RZA. That movie, Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai. Yeah, he quotes out of this. And
they have the 5-pointed star in the shape of a flower.
Yep. Sacred geometry. There's nothing wrong with the 5-pointed star. It's the people that use the symbol. It's not the symbol, it's the people who use it.
Yeah, for sure. Any tool that get in the hand of the wrong people can be misused.
That's why I troll with the the Masonic G because they don't know about the symbol. They just be, oh man, you're a Mason, bro.
I feel you.
I think they do. I think the Masons, man, I think they hold the secret of the universe. That's why they are a secret organization. They want to tell you everything.
Yeah, their secret is all their plans on fucking us over and poisoning us. That's the secret. They don't want no one to know that.
I just know the plan is to deceive us. Literally, the plan is to play the role of the devil. That's why a lot of people say that they worship the Baphomet, which is the devil. So I think the plan is to really deceive us. Literally,
the true devil is the diva. When they created the devil, two men, they put everything off balance. The devil is the diva, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just the opposite of the energy they're trying to describe. And it just so happens the opposite of life, which would be Jesus, the energy, the soul, is death. So they got to show, dark fucking images to represent the Satan or, the diva. Because it's the opposite of life, right? So, anyway.
So you're saying the diva is connected to Jesus?
Yeah, everything's connected. If you're in the duality.
Diva sounds like a break off from the divine with the word. From divine to diva.
Like Adam is the odd and Eve's the even. The positive, the negative.
But when you look at diva, it's really dive up.
Yeah, diva, die. That's the opposite of what Jesus is representing. The energy, the soul, or the spirit, the light. So the death is the dark. You die. Or dive, right?
See, this is what I understand. They want us to believe everything is connected, but through what? What is connected everything together?
The glue.
See, I think everything. I think
source.
I think they're deceiving us. I think everything is being balanced on the scale, but they have us think everything is connected, and through some mysterious thing, to something that we can't even imagine. But in reality, everything is being balanced. Life and death.
Reality is how you see it, for the most part, I guess.
Life and death is being balanced on the scale. It's being balanced on the scale, which is the earth, literally. That's what I look at.
That's a strong possibility.
And again, they're already deceiving us about the scale. Go ahead, you got it.
I was gonna say, well, Charles, like you said, reality, like for me, it's your perception of reality, right? Like what might be my reality may not be yours, may not be Christos,
Yeah, sometimes
especially because
people
we all perceive things differently. Yeah.
Yeah, and people aren't gonna change. They're strongly rooted into something, and I respect that. And I try to learn something from everything. So, I respect when people see things a different way and they're not gonna change it. So it's just what it is. Why spend time being mad because someone sees something differently? It won't change for you. It's not,
I think
you could spend that energy on something else.
What is the purpose of being alive?
Who knows?
Do you guys think the purpose of being alive can be different?
Being alive is having an experience.
What do you mean be different? Different than what?
Say the
We're supposed
purpose? Is that the word you really want to use, Naga? The purpose?
Well, maybe for the lack of vocabulary, I use that.
Purpose of life. What are we here for?
Meaning, purpose, meaning, I guess maybe it's the same. Whatever, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it for the lack of vocabulary. Yeah, what is the meaning of life, of being alive? Because when I'm looking, everything that's alive trying to survive. Everything that's alive trying to survive. That's a fact.
Right.
You know, so I can't say the animals is different than us because they're trying to survive. Right? But what I could say is death is different from us. See?
I know you think we don't die. I want to believe we don't die out. Our energy don't just. To be honest, I truly don't know. It's just what it is.
It's a matter of what's in your mind, what associations you have with that concept, because people look at it as like a solid stop, like period, cutoff, whereas ultimately it seems that others will acknowledge that it's just a transition stage, and ultimately you kind of have to just wrestle with that mystery while you're in this life, waking life, of the forgetfulness that's possible when you come into this world of anything existing before, and getting into the concept of the soul. So there's a cultural aspect that has to be acknowledged, because other cultures, like, there's nothing to be tripping about with death. Yeah. Anyway, y'all got it. I don't want to go on.
See, the way I looked at it, perception dies, because it's just a perception, but conception lives forever. Conception lives forever, or is forever. Conception is forever, but perception dies because it's just a part of the conception.
It's a constant.
Yeah. So I don't think the earth, will ever die, because the earth is just a conception. It's not a perception. It's a conception. It's a complete thing. It's a balanced thing. It's a whole thing. It's not a piece. As they give it, they want us to think it is. So it will be forever. It's forever. You see? So
look at this thing.
Yeah, that's fire.
I was about to say the same thing. Yep.
And then I got it in the corner too, but this one's different. It moves a little different. And that's how I opened up. This morning I opened up the stream with Yin and Yang by fucking Sir Droppin' Chuck. A balance. A certain
I like that song. I've definitely shared it a couple times out here on YouTube.
I spent an hour yesterday laying down my new verse, and I text Drop and said, "Man, it might be a little while before I send it. I'm gonna master this verse." I kept doing it, and believe it or not, the first one I did, I couldn't erase it because most of it it's always the first one that's mostly good for some reason. Then I'll find an excuse to erase it and be like, I could do it better, and then the next 80, I erase them. So I don't know. I'm using the Sons of Man beat. It's from, I think, their album, The Last Shall Be First.
Hey, I like that you brought that up, bro. Because I was just gonna say, whenever I do another stream here soon, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna work it in my schedule. But I do want to be reviewing some Kill the Priest. music and possibly maybe some of his podcasts recently he did with Santos Bonacci, because he did that. I didn't really catch all of it, but I could only assume there's some type of good gems getting dropped in there. Plus, I need to catch up on his music because he's been releasing a lot of like albums and EPs and doing collabs with people. Like you can check his Spotify, or you can go on YouTube and get his music as well. But it's easier in a way to categorize some music, things like these streaming services, although I'm not necessarily promoting them. He has everything when it comes to his discography, almost everything, I think, on Spotify. But yeah, man, a lot of good art there with that dude. I heard you bring up Sons of Man. I don't know them as well, but I know the associations with Wu-Tang and the crossover with these different artists. Yeah, man, and I really like the independent aspects.
Yeah, you got
Priest.
Who's the Sons of Man? 60-Second Assassin, Killah Priest. The Hellraiser, aka Heaven Raiser, or Heaven Raiser. I think someone else. What's their name? Prodigal Son. Yeah.
I think the Sons of Man is the Ripper.
Yeah.
We have the Souls of Man and the Son of Man.
Well, the Gravediggers is with Sons of Man too, kinda.
I'm looking
You
at
got
the Sons
the
of Man.
Grim Reaper. You got the Grim Reaper. The Undertaker.
Yeah.
Who is it? The Grim Reaper, the Undertaker, the Resurrector, and the Grim Reaper, the Undertaker. Yeah.
These are all AIs. If you ask me,
What do you mean?
they're AIs. They are the official, because we are the official. So we create the art, that art, and the art is battling us. It's coming for our soul, because the art want to have a soul, just like us.
Well, it'll
You're
get
doing
the
like a
soul
mind's
shit
eye
up.
interpretation right there. That's what it's kind of sounded like. It sounded like something mind's eye would, follow it through with.
Hey man,
The meek shall inherit the earth, and the weak shall inherit the dirt. That's just the bottom line.
That's fire right there. But I agree with you, Christos. I could definitely see mind's eyes breaking it down like that, because like I said, I'm just coming into the light, into the knowledge of the mind's eyes. I'm just
Yeah.
I could picture
Same, Naga. Yeah.
And
Same.
it's something I've been trying
intriguing,
to tap
isn't
back.
it?
I stole that line
No.
from that dude from Clips. I forgot his name. He's from Clips though. He's in that song by the RZA. It's on Iron Fist 2 soundtrack, or the first one. It's the RZA. It's called TikTok. It's the RZA, the dude from Clips, the dude from Michigan. Forgot his name. He reminds me of Old Dirty Bastard. I forgot the guy from Michigan's name. But when I'm gonna look his name up, and when I find it, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I heard of him." Danny Brown. Damn, see, I knew I was gonna think of his name before I looked him up. Danny Brown, the RZA, the dude from Clips is in there. Then you got Joel Ortiz, and who else is on that song? I don't know. I love the beat. The RZA, to me, people say DJ Premier and all. I get it, but the RZA, the way he constructed kung fu with hip hop is just amazing. And when he would put those skits, it's something no one did. He paved the road for a lot of stuff too. The Wu was the first to do hidden tracks in hip hop. They were the first to put out a sneaker brand, a clothing line, a video game, like you name it, they did it. Their CDs for the double album and the Jizza, you could put them into a computer, and it had a special, like, not only were they music discs, they were computer discs. I mean, come on.
It's crazy.
They were
Because, it's crazy you said that because I completely agree, right? Because a dance is like a battle. This is why, in early hip hop we had dance battle. See? So a battle is about fight, right? Like kung fu, right? A battle, right? Then you have dance, which is dancing. When you put them together, you get a dance battle.
Yep.
So I could see, how they put the kung fu, the kung fu and the hip hop together.
The RZA is like that part. I forgot what movie it's from when he goes, the wind is high, the earth is low. That's in that. It's in the Purple Tape, I think. That song. No,
Hey,
it's in Iron Man. Sorry.
let me throw a joke right quick. Imagine two empire or two kingdoms or two country is beefing, right? And they just having the best dancers perform for each other.
Just like Kung Fu. Yeah. They'll have the two best warriors fight. And they do it for show. Like when the two clans would meet, Shaolin and Wu-Tang, they would, like you said, instead of a dance-off, they would have a fight-off. Either to the death, or they'll do it so the masters can watch. But it was more of a celebration. But don't get me wrong, they would fight to the death too.
That's where celebrities come from, huh?
Is that where that song came from? Everybody was kung fu fighting. I'm just kidding. Bad joke.
That was a disrespect. That song, bro.
Bring it on.
That song is disrespect to the art of kung fu. Kung fu isn't just fighting. It's everyday life. It's a way of life. Kung fu.
I know where you're going with that. Yo.
But it's the same thing too, bro. Hip hop for us is just a way of life. So I think Smokey is right, man. I think I'm rocking with Candy. Everybody let's kung fu fight. We're gonna dance it out. We're gonna rap it out. We're gonna fight it out. I don't know.
Damn, Kimba cursed me with that song. Now it kind of messed my thought up I had. It'll come back to me. That stupid song, Kung Fu. Oh shit! I used to laugh when that song would come on, because they got those dudes dancing and shit in different costumes. That's fucking hilarious, man. I know Chinese people or Kung Fu people were pissed. They probably took that as disrespect. You disrespecting?
Hey, man. If they took it as disrespect, that's being I would think that's being not selfish, but I can't really find the word right now, so I'm gonna use selfish because Kung Fu didn't originated from them. They inherited. You see,
you know how Kung Fu was started? It started with villagers or people on just on their travel would watch insects and animals and study the movements and how they would hunt and the way of life of animals, and they created a Kung Fu style off of each one. Look at a praying mantis. People say that's bullshit, but if you study the praying mantis, is the same as the style, the praying mantis. You know, just like the praying mantis will hit vital parts of your body, it knows where to strike. It's the same style as the praying mantis in Kung Fu. That shit goes after your pressure points, all types of shit. Joints in the bone that break fast. That's what it's built off of. And the praying mantis is also can kill somebody at what, 50 times its own weight or some shit. So
Yeah,
Ninjutsu. Go ahead.
it's for sure animals. You know, the nature of the animals. You know, they have all each style is unique to an animal. They got the eagle, they got the cat, the snake, you know, the tiger, you know. So they just embody, you know, the way, you know, animal fight. You know, and they just embody it. That's why I say they inherited, you know, and they're not the first people to do that, because we was at one point we was a united people. We was united, you know, under one dome. I'm not gonna say God. I'm saying under one dome we was united, you know. So all of us. This is why the pyramids is in Asia, is in Africa, is over here, you know, and is in the Caribbean on the water. So you know, we all of us was
off the
united
coast
under
of
one dome.
Japan,
Yeah,
they got them under the ocean off the coast of Japan. Pyramids bigger than Giza under the water.
for sure. So it was one thing that we all inherited, you know. So for them to make it exclusive to them, that would have been, you know, some type of crazy thing, you know. That would
But
have
that's why they were mad at Bruce Lee. Seriously, China was mad because they felt he was giving away like the blueprint to an atomic bomb, teaching America kung fu. They didn't like that he Americanized it.
It's
That's
crazy
what I
because they
heard.
have a movie.
I don't know how true it is.
It's crazy. They have a movie out right now on Netflix about that. You know, about a dude that played Bruce Lee. You know?
Yeah,
It's
that
crazy.
actor. Remember when Bruce Lee died? There's a lot of kung fu. Like, 'cause I've watched a lot of kung fu movies. There's this kung fu channel that's been on YouTube forever, and it had all the old trying to think of the company that did the old kung fu movies. Because there's one company that has the good movies, and you gotta pay for them on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they still have like Wu-Tang vs. Shaolin, The Wandering Monk. That was my original name I was going to use, was The Wandering Monk, because I love that movie. The monk, he drops gems in that movie, and he fucks people up. That's why I like that movie. But I changed it to The Wandering Warrior instead, because there's another Wandering Monk. And yeah,
Oh,
I didn't want to feel like
that's
I was
not.
copying.
There's another one out there wandering around. Okay, sorry, that sounds funny. Yeah,
Yeah, but his is Wandering
there's another
Monk.
one out there wandering.
I said I'll be
Yeah,
the
no,
Wandering
Warrior's
Warrior, because
better. I
that's
agree.
exactly what I am.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, watch that movie, The Wandering Monk. I'm telling you. You got to download the one with the right English.
Translation.
Yeah.
But looking at it though, the Shaolin, you know, branch is deadly. You see, this is
Yeah.
why a lot of them, you know, they have to be punished. You know what I'm saying? But most of the
Shaw Brothers.
the rest is kind of peaceful. It's like a defensive, you know, tactic or technique, you know. But the Shaolin is both. See, that's what makes it deadly.
My voice should be better now. Damn it, I had it on the wrong setting. I kept hearing myself fucked up. I'm like, what's going on?
No, he's
Shaw
trying to find it
Brothers.
for the most part.
The Shaw Brothers have the best kung fu movies. But yeah, they had that fake Bruce Lee, man. I know what you're talking about. They had a few people play him in like Hollywood, but there were so many fake Bruce Lees. They would spell his name different too. There was Bruce Lee. There was a couple other Lees, but nobody could match the real Bruce Lee. I mean, that dude was on some other level. Trying to think of other.
Well,
Oh, the 5 Deadly Venoms. That's another one y'all should watch. Yup.
but the story of the real Bruce Lee, you know, it is not like he was being not cast out, but he was hiding. He was hiding in America, or he was, taking. He was being, basically, yeah, he was being protected in America because he was so bad, and in his country they wanted to kill him. You know, they wanted to kill him for what he did. So in order to keep him alive, his father sent him to America. You see, and he wanted
I
to
remember
show
hearing
people.
that.
Yeah, and he wanted to show people, self-defense. That's all he was doing. He was only teaching people self-defense, because he understood. You see, I felt like everybody that comes face to face with death, you're going to change. Regardless whether you want to or not, you're going to change because if you don't change eventually, you're going to come face to face with death again.
Shit. It changed me to
Right.
where
And I think that's that's what happened. When he came, he wanted to teach people self-defense, and in doing so, that's why I said that the Shaolin brothers or the branch is deadly because it's both self-defense and attack. You see, that's what makes it deadly. You see, so he was what you call it? He was damn, what you call that? He was initiated in both. Because Shaolin is the highest form, of Kung Fu. So he was already initiated in that because his father was. You know what I'm saying? So this is why he kills certain people, and he had to come over here, in order for them not to kill him. You know what I'm saying? But like in doing so, like he changed, but the Shaolin was still looking for him to kill them. Not only because he changed, but because he had already killed certain people. And he did that in self-defense. It's not like he killed them or by attacking them, but by defending himself, he killed certain people. And the mafia, the Chinese mafia, the Asian mafia, they didn't like that.
Oh shit. It's the Lunar New Year today. Oh my bad. The Wandering Monkadelic. Telling you, you guys will like that movie. This one right here, the 5 Deadly Venoms. What styles did they have? They had the snake, the centipede, the snake, the centipede. Shit. Wasn't it
They had the eagle.
Can't believe I don't remember. The snake, the centipede.
It's on top of their head.
I don't remember.
They had the
I'm
scorpion.
disappointed.
I'm looking at the scorpion.
Yeah, scorpion. Yup.
I'm looking at the
Scorpion,
centipede.
centipede,
Hmm.
snake. And there's two more. The fifth one, he knew all the styles.
I seen that movie, but I seen it in Chinese. I need to, I need to rewatch it again if I could find it with the, like you said, with the English translation.
The Wandering Monk. I mean, that movie's off the hook. He's trying to teach the young boy. He was fishing. He dropped him a lesson, but the boy didn't care. He was telling him the fish have a right to live too. And the boy was like, I don't care, I'm hungry. Let me see the cover. Is this it? No, that's the Wandering Monk cover. Yeah, the centipede, the snake, the scorpion, the toad, and the lizard. The toad and lizard is what we couldn't think of. Right? Who the heck would think the toad and lizard. I think the toad, believe it or not, the toad was the fifth. And the toad knew all the styles. But the whole plot behind Five Deadly Venoms it's worth watching. And the same thing with the Wandering Monk. It's not just cool because there's fighting. There's an actual lesson behind it. But let me end it here. Since Kimba dropped, I figure we went what? 4.5 hours. I appreciate you coming up. Naga, Kimba, Christos.
I guess. Hello, bro. Appreciate you for having me. Until next time.
Hopefully, you should create a channel, Naga, and go live. That's all right, Kimba. I'm gonna end it anyway. I'm gonna do a few things, and then I don't know. Maybe I'll go live later. But peace to everyone, man. Appreciate you all. Peace to the chat. And I will check y'all later. Yeah, you go live. Naga, I'll come through. But peace to everyone. I'm about to go eat some lunch. And I'll check y'all later tomorrow. Maybe I'll go live later because it's Saturday. And I know people like Dean and stuff like to come through. Kung Fu is dope. Matter of fact, I'm glad you. I'm gonna download the Wandering Monk. Maybe I'll show it. If I do a private showing of the Wandering Monk, I'll put the link in the community page and people can come watch it. There's like 10 seats.